Did you say 167?
Hey, if I go upstairs, can I come back in?
Yeah, sure.
Well, if it does it.
He's about to get a free lunch.
Wait, do you want to finish the day?
The stream was so far.
Ms. Rivers, would you like anything? I'd offer you, but you're going to lunch today, so.
Yeah, thanks.
Jeff, he is getting the short end of the stick when it comes to technology.
Is it worse than all the other courtrooms?
It's substantially worse.
Okay.
This is my, I have 4 courtrooms and it's not even the next one. Not even close.
All right. We'll need to work with IT.
Girl, yes. So yesterday was we trying to make sure
All right. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Great. Mr. Hiles, are we ready from the state?
Yes, I just wanted to coordinate, so it's gonna be just under an hour of actual, video. It'll be from about recording at 1:42 AM all the way through, 2:47 AM. There is a 10-minute time frame that we've knocked out, is when Detective Berry leaves the room and, Miss Stuckey makes a phone call. There's arguing, crying, blame being pointed about what's going on currently at the scene. And then Miss Feely just rose, I think, during the defendant's phone call. He says that he already had his gun because somebody knocked on the door to buy marijuana. It's about a 15-second clip. I don't have control over muting. Once I hit play, the way we're sharing it, it's got to go. I can't mute. It'd be to skip that small. It's going to jump around. I don't think the clip implies that he was selling marijuana. I think it was that neighbors who had recently moved into the neighborhood were randomly knocking on the door looking for where to buy weed. But I can really speak to her concerns.
Okay, I can guess what they are, but I'll let her make a record on that. But otherwise, you believe you can press play and let it go, other than that one 10-minute skip that covers downtime and then a phone call between Ms. Stuckey and someone who's not Mr. Hall.
Yes, what we're already gonna do is, Mr. Abate, I have it queued up to where we're gonna start. When I stop, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and it's already queued up on Mr. Abate's laptop to immediately start sharing at the correct point.
Oh, part two? So you've got part one on yours and then part two, meaning after that break? Or did I misunderstand what you said?
So there was a 10-minute break that I've cut out.
Yeah.
Because of the phone call.
Right.
Instead of me pausing to stop and scroll through and
Right.
get it right.
Right.
It's the same interview.
Yeah.
It's just queued up at the end of that break.
Okay. So part two. Okay. But somewhere in part two, when we're listening to Mr. Hall speaking through Ms. Stuckey's phone, he says something about, I already had the gun out because something about marijuana.
I think it's important.
Okay, well, wherever it is, his phone call, that's the little segment that Ms. Feely's going to be concerned about.
Yes.
And you're saying you can't mute it because the volume is through this larger system?
Yes. I keep my laptop is muted when I share.
Yeah.
I have my volume on, you'll get the reverb.
Okay, so press play right now. Make a play.
Yeah, let me share my screen first. Or maybe
Because we're going to figure there's a way, either I can do it by muting the podium through which everything goes, or you can mute it through your Zoom connection. I'm skeptical that there's no way to mute it.
I believe you can mute it via Zoom.
Okay, well, we'll see.
The app.
While he's working on that, Ms. Feely, if we can mute, and I don't mind if we miss a little extra, but if we can mute this reference to gun coming out because of marijuana, any other concerns you have about the portions that Mr. Hiles is playing? Okay.
And I'm as eager as anyone to have the state interact less with technology, but I just can't go along to get on this one.
Sure, I understand.
all right, I'm gonna hit play, Aaron.
Okay. So currently, we will not have a problem.
Let me try this again. I think I know the issue.
So you guys, yeah, got it.
Sound. Video. Got it. Okay, this should be it.
Okay, and even that, you see the little scar?
That's
Is
it.
that not a scar?
I don't know what it is.
Are you okay?
That's just blood.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see the bottom of your shoes. Are these the shoes that you had on the entire time? Let me take a picture. You just have one? Yeah, because I'm going through me in the car. That's fine. All right.
So were you able to mute it?
I wasn't, I hit mute, if I hit unmute, then it starts picking up the audio through my microphone.
Okay, so let's keep it playing. I'm gonna try something from here.
I spoke to your daughter primarily, well, that's not even important. That's not important. So we are able to move Corey. Got in touch with some family, as you saw actually.
And what happens if you cut the volume on your computer all the way?
Something to calm you. Can I get you some?
Yours is muted. Your machine is muted.
My machine is muted already, and my Zoom, I just paused it, and my Zoom is muted. I have to keep them both muted, or else I'll get reverb.
We get that awful reverb. Okay, we're at 2:39:56 right now. Try moving forward. You've paused it. Try moving forward. Just hit the fast forward button. Click it once. Well, that didn't go well.
Tell anybody to shoot through the door?
Where he got that gun from? Because when Corey was in there, he didn't. Corey did show a gun. I'm gonna say that, and that's what I.
So where's the portion that's problematic?
What marker did you say, Ms. Feely? 318?
Yes, 318:55.
Yeah.
Just press play. That's fine. Just press play.
You know what I'm saying? So I didn't know what was going on. He came out of nowhere. I didn't even know he was out there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't call him over there. They called that man over there. I didn't even know he was out there.
Do you have no idea why he came to the apartment in the first place?
They called him over there.
And you said some folks was knocking on the door?
Yeah, some people knocking on the door, but it was some neighbors and stuff.
What they want?
I don't know what they want. They was just knocking on the door. They was the neighbors. So I told them, I'm like, stop knocking on this door because I don't even know these people. So look at that moved over there. They was just knocking on the door.
You can pause it. I don't. Have we not gotten to it yet? Okay.
So I went down and knocked on the door and told them to stop knocking on this door. So I don't know who these folks is. So he came up there. They called him. I don't know. I don't even know him. But this man came up. I said, "You good, all right?" He put something on. You good? You good? I'm rubbing his head. And he would come to my house and try to arrest me. I don't even know him.
So what happened after he pulled out his gun?
All right, can you pause again? I may have heard Mr. Hall say people were knocking on the door asking about weed. Mr. Hall's really hard to hear on this. The jurors are gonna hear what they hear. There's not a way to enhance this or make it worse. As long as you aren't going to be asking this detective, hey, what did he say about marijuana? Did you think he was selling marijuana? If you're not going to ask any questions about what we just heard, I'm going to let you play it through. Your objection is noted. I don't think the jurors are going to be able to discern a whole lot of what Mr. Hall is saying because it's through a phone, through Zoom, et cetera. They'll be able to hear his tone of voice and whatnot. But I heard the part you're concerned about. It may well be that if you're in the quiet of a jury room playing it through your computer, it's much clearer. They were knocking on the door asking about weed. To me, it's not going to be a magnet for the jurors' attention. But your objection is noted, and over your objection, I'm going to allow the state to play it. Okay. All right. So we've got the game plan. That's going to take a bunch of time. Do you have more with Detective Barry after that?
It'll be quickly.
Okay, but it's just related to this interview? You're not gonna play an interview with Ms. Scott or anything else? Or what's left in terms of big topics for detective in case I have to manage Judge Whitaker?
As far as big topics, there's not many other big topics. I have a few questions about the neighborhood. Then I was able to, when we had downtime, make sure that the order of exhibits as they were collected, I just want to show it to her. And we can go through that real quick.
Okay, so we've got this, which is the big piece. You're gonna ask some about the neighborhood, and then we're gonna go through crime scene pictures again?
Briefly. Just,
Okay,
and,
anything else?
uh,
I mean, other things may come up, but you know, excuse me, what's on your outline? And,
yes, no other big issues.
okay, all right. I will, manage the other judge if I need to. Ms. Feely, anything else before we bring the jurors back in? Okay, let's bring them in, please. And if you will get this queued up again, I know you had to get it out of order. Thank you, we tried.
All right, the jurors. For the President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, jurors. Did you have an okay lunch? Good. We are in the midst of Sergeant Barry's testimony. Mr. Hiles, we will pick up wherever you left us off. I think the folks had agreed that states 167 would come in by way of stipulation. So 167 has been admitted. That was a recording of Ms. Stuckey's interview with then Detective Barry.
Yes.
Okay,
And so,
bless you.
Judge, this would probably be an appropriate time for you to instruct the jury about the video and moving from.
Sure. If you're about to play it, is that what's going to happen?
that's what, yes.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, states 167 has been admitted. Mr. Hiles will be navigating us through it. It will skip around a little bit. That's either because there's some dead space. No one else is in the room but Ms. Stuckey, and we don't need to spend 14 minutes watching her sit at a table while she's waiting for the detective to come in for the interview. So we'll jump in through that. And there are a couple areas that through conversations I've had with the lawyers, I've determined aren't relevant to what you're here to decide. So don't draw any inferences, positive or negative, that the state is jumping you through the interview a little bit. I think it's only 2 times that'll happen, but however many times it is, it's been at my direction after I've had a chance to hear from Mr. Hall's lawyer as well as the prosecutors about which parts of the interview are relevant and which parts of the interview has nothing to do with relevance are just poor Ms. Stuckey sitting at the table, either paused because the detective had to go get something or just waiting for things to get started. Okay.
All right, and Detective Barry, I believe you said that you left the scene and went directly back to ABD headquarters to do interviews. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, this time I'm gonna play this interview.
was trying to hold his head. Okay. And even that, you see the little scar? Is that not a scar? I don't know what it is. Are you okay? That's just blood. Okay. Let me see the bottom of your shoes. Are these the shoes that you had on the entire time? Let me take a picture. You just have one? Yeah, because I'm going to be in the car. That's fine. All right. Okay. I spoke to your daughter primarily, well, that's not even important. That's not important. So we are able to move Corey, got in touch with some family, as you saw actually out there on scene now that I think about it. Allow me to get you something to calm you down. Can I get you some, let me get you some, you sure? Oh, really? I just lost everything in one day. I had my dog since she was a baby, even though I know Corey is gone. I had her too. Now she's gone. Dre, he just messed his whole life up. And I just lost everything. I don't want to be here no more. How long you and Jason were dating? Oh, like 6 years. 6 years. Oh my God. Oh my dog. That was my support dog. I really think we'll be able to find it. I don't want to say don't worry about the dog, but I think we'll be able to find that dog. Give me a good phone number for you if you can. 317 794 8810. Now, you gave me actually some more information when I last spoke with you before you left on scene. You told me that the door was shut. So the door was shut. So at some point, Corey left. Corey left. He shot through the door. But you got Corey out. Corey was and the door was shut. And how long was the door shut before? He just came out of nowhere. All I know was Papa. I thought he was gonna kill me. Where were you at the time when I was right there. And you opened it. It happened fast. Yeah. But he shot over. It was a pow, and it was my ears. That's what I remember. Let me tell you one more hard thing. I think it's gonna be hard, but I want you to know, because I don't want you to hear something and then relive it over and over again. So, spell your daughter's name again for me. Novana, Navbona. Ona. Her last name? Scott. Scott. So, tell me why you thought she was shot. For some reason, when I got him on the door, it looked like I seen her come upstairs. I don't want to say. I want to be factual. No. Please, but to me, like, it's running back. Like, I thought I seen her coming. But I don't know where he got that gun from. Mm-hmm. Because when Corey was in there, he didn't. Corey did show a gun. I must say that. And that's what I got scared. I was like, Corey. And I pushed him. I was like, Corey, go. I was like, go. And for one, I didn't even want him to come upstairs. I told my daughter to go. That's what I'm kind of mad to. I told my daughter them to leave. She was like, Mom, we're not going to leave you out here. I said, I always stand outside. So I brought my dog outside 3 times. She was like, Mom, we're not going to leave you out here. She sat in the car. He got a car. I said, Corey, I'm okay. He was like, no, I'm gonna walk you upstairs. Literally, I just thought he was walking me upstairs.
Okay.
Well, when he came in the house, the way he was sitting on the couch. I remember that.
You talking about Jason was sitting on the couch.
He was sitting on that red couch.
Mm-hmm.
And he seen him. He was like, what's up? He was like, what's up? He was like, what's up? Like, Corey was like, it's my fault.
No, alright.
No, it's
You remember how you said let's stay factual? You remember how you said that? We gotta stay there. We gotta stay there, okay?
my fault.
Let me tell you, if that was true, you'd be locked up right now. Do you understand me? You wouldn't even be in this room right now if that was true. So this is where I'm a little confused. So why do you feel like she came up, your daughter, Miss Scott? If the door was
No, when I was getting over, and I don't know if I'd seen it,
mm-hmm.
or maybe I'm just thinking.
And it's no rush. I'm just trying. I believe everything you're saying. It's just I'm just trying to understand. That's it.
I'm just trying to understand. When I left out, then I looked and just closed the door, just thinking to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I told her? Shut my daughter. That's what I told her.
And what he said?
So maybe that's why I don't know.
Well, the only reason
When I opened the door, I see you shoot. I heard my daughter holler, and I was like, what the fuck did you do?
Well, that
He was like, I told him. If I see the camera, maybe he walked outside. I said, what the fuck? He was like, I told him. He came and said, you should have had a gun. You should have had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And, which I did. But I'm like, you didn't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know why I just thought about my daughter, but that's what I said.
Well, you just said that you heard her screaming. So in my mind,
I opened the door.
And you heard her screaming. Does that make sense? Okay, so this is what I was gonna say. She got graves, but she's okay. You saw her. She's fine. I just want you to know, because at some point you're gonna hear about it.
Oh my God! What? Oh my God! I just keep doing this.
We're gonna get him. Let's just go ahead and knock the hard part out.
Fuck! That's him. That is him. I hate him.
I want you to just put your name, the date of the incident, which is actually 4/30/22, and just sign it under. Oh, and yeah, this is you right here.
Boy, if I could talk to him right now, bro. If I could fucking talk to him right now, he told me I'm gonna make me. I told him that you gonna make me lose everything. Never be this. I am sick. I'm sick to my stomach. I'm sick.
Your last name Scott too?
Stucky.
STU
CKY.
CKEY. What's your date of birth?
March 27, 1980.
You just had a birthday. 1980, right?
Yeah.
What's Miss Scott's birthday?
My daughter's?
Yeah.
September 17th, 2000.
00. Okay, and you're 317-794-8810.
Yeah.
You know Miss Scott offhand?
47. My phone dead too. What is 470? I know 7531. Some last four digits. I just can't remember.
You might have.
I got blood on my sock.
Okay. kind of phone you got? iPhone? I'm gonna go get you a charger, okay? When he was walking away, what he had on?
Like I told the police at first remember when they was asking the boy was coming, he had on some blue shorts. I remember that now.
Blue shorts?
A white shirt. Some Air Max, it was like blue and red or something.
Blue Red Max.
Yeah. That's what he had on.
You told me he may have a family member that's like in a senior citizens home.
His mom.
And then there's his
I
actual.
have his mom's number in my phone.
And his actual address is East Point. East Point. Okay. All right.
Oh my God, Corey.
There's Corey right here. Yeah. Let me go get you
You
that
know
out.
why I think it's my fault? Because he was literally like someone.
Because he was trying to look out for you. No, I get why. I do. I'm not going to stop telling you, though. It's not your fault. I get why. I empathize and I get your perspective, but I'm still not going to tell you that it's your fault. Because it's not. It's not your fault. Did you pull the trigger? Were you the one who lost your temper? Were you the one who shot through a door? Did you tell anybody to shoot through a door? Weren't you the one who said, leave?
Told my daughter.
You told him to leave. I'm just telling you.
I wish I just would have said like they said, but I just wanted to cook. You know how when you have an argument, you just want to sit outside for a second. And that's what I always do.
I spoke to a couple of the neighbors. They say y'all argue all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
But it never got like that. He never put no gun out on me.
I mean, he still hasn't. He still has not pulled out a gun on you. He hasn't shot you. But he's going down.
That's so good, man.
He's going down for murder.
That's so good. You know, man, we do everything that I had. I don't care, man. Do y'all know how long I was trying to just leave him alone? You know when I was gonna leave him alone? When I moved?
When you moving?
Next month.
Bro.
And I said I was just gonna leave him. I told my daughter that. Me and her had a whole conversation with her. I said, I know I do. We argue, but it don't get to that extent because I'm a person that walks off and let it go. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I go outside, I walk my dog. And my dog was my support system because my daughter.
I'm just gonna go get you the charger. Can I get you something to drink while I'm out there too? Just take it, okay? If you don't want to drink it, don't drink it. But I just want you to take it. Just let me get you a charger. I'll be right back.
It's brief.
Okay.
Move forward.
Fuck, Corey. I just need to just. Oh my God.
Short is in like just in a few seconds she's coming back.
Hey, what?
About 6 15 seconds.
It happened to me. He just gonna have to turn this up.
We got a lot more units out there. It's a lot more calmer, but there's still a lot of people out there. And I want you to know you're gonna be safely here. And I'll make sure you get back there. And we don't even have to keep you.
I don't even want to go back there.
We can take you wherever you want to go for the night.
I don't know where to go. I don't have nobody to go to.
Okay, so let me try to make a phone call. I mean, in situations like this, I could just call this particular person to see what our options are, and then you can come up with a decision. But I'm trying to tell you, if you did want to, if you wanted to go, we're not going to take you back unless everything is safe. And we're not trying to rush that. Like if it takes another hour or two, if there's a more comfortable room, we can let you sit. You can hold on to this charger. If you want to take a nap, that's fine. But I will be here regardless. I'll make sure you get home safe. Okay. How long tonight were you and Jason arguing, if you remember? Let me give you an idea. Let me give you some help about like time. So when we got the 911 call,
they probably was there like 10 or 15 minutes before that. It
was like 11:30. So 10, 15 minutes before 11:30. So about 11.
Well, me and him was arguing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. We argued about little stuff. It could be a paper on the floor and I'm mad because he did that, or it could be he shaved his face and then he don't. You know.
Hey. No, negative. Who all lives with you? I know.
Just my grandson.
Negative. Correct. A quick question. Now, you want us to secure your apartment, or you want us to actually?
My dog.
Or do you want us to?
I don't have my kids.
You have it?
She have a dog?
You got it? Malone. You have the dog?
Just jumping forward just a little bit. They're just talking about trying to find a dog.
I got that dog because I was going through it. That was my mental health. And now y'all put me back in mental health.
But, and I'm sorry, and I don't want to brush it off because, again, I do understand
it
the
is
power.
brushing it off.
No.
For one, I know somebody is gone. I can't help that. You don't know that dog is too. Wait, I calm down. I know it sleeps with me. But I don't have nobody.
I'm not going to downplay how important these pets do help us.
My dog, and my dog is gone. And he did something. He killed somebody. My daughter's gone. My other daughter, maybe.
But you were telling me that y'all were arguing about 15 minutes before.
I don't know what we was arguing about. Like, we argued about the simplest thing. All I know is he got on my nerves. I see my daughter text it, and we didn't go.
That's right. She was dropping off her.
Sure.
What time was that?
I'm on the way outside.
Let me see.
What time was it?
9:30. She said she's outside. At 9.
Your Honor, if I could just make one notation for the record. I don't know if everyone realizes the TV above Sergeant Barry is an actual real time with the audio and video in the large monitor. It's got about a 10-second delay.
Okay. The audio, so we're clear, there's only one audio feed. The record doesn't capture this, but we are not hearing overlapping audio feeds that are 10 seconds apart. For technical reasons that have vexed us throughout the trial, not all the monitors are showing things at the same rate as the other monitors, but the audio, which is in some ways the central part of this statement, is a single feed that is going at whatever speed it's going. It may be more synced with the higher monitor or the lower monitor, but we have only one audio feed.
Correct.
Okay.
28, she says she's on the way, and then exactly 10 minutes later, she says she's outside. So that's at 9:38. What happened?
One time I looked outside, and I guess I just looked. I didn't see nothing. I closed the door back. But then I guess I talked. I don't know. Let me see if I talked to her.
Because I'm a little confused on how they knew you were arguing.
She said she heard me.
From outside? From inside her car?
That's what she said. That's what we was outside talking about. She said she heard me.
So there must have been a phone call then. What made you come outside?
Trying to say she called.
What time was that?
And then I called. It said yesterday, cancel call 9:28.
Yeah, that's what she said. She was on the way.
So
what made you come outside?
Either I called her, I don't know, man. But I know. I came outside, she was out there. Okay. And my baby. And when she said, I heard y'all arguing, I was like, she was like, Ma, I'll just bring her back tomorrow. And I was like, well, no. I said, I'm gonna do whatever to protect my grandson. She was like, yeah. She was like, well, you okay, Ma? I was like, yeah. I said, I'm just sit out here. And he wasn't saying anything. And then when he looked at me, he was like, you okay? And then he got in the car. And my daughter was like this. Like, she was actually like, oh, my God. No, she told me to come with them. That's what she said. And I said, no. I said, I'm good. And then he got out the car and he said, Mom, walk yourself. And I was like, no, I'm good. And then I think my daughter told him too, like, no. But she didn't get out the car. She sat in the car. So we walked upstairs. I'm thinking he just went in the house. To be honest with you, I still see it. We went in the house. He was on the couch. He said, what's up? He was looking all crazy. He got up. And I was like, Corey, just go. I was like, it's okay, just go. Corey had his gun. I remember that. He didn't have that gun. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where the hell Jason, where we got that from. So he looked like he was scared, Jason. And so I got Corey out somehow. I don't remember. All I know, that door, he shot through that door.
You know how you do this gesture when you mention Corey's gun. So did you see it on his side? It wasn't necessarily in his hand, but
I seen it.
Okay.
And I think that's probably what spooked him.
So you shut the door. How much time went by between you shutting the door?
Not even 10, I want to say 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Like boom, boom, boom. Her shit was like over my head.
So it was as if he was shooting towards you?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. No, that's different. Okay, so
the door was like that.
Let's just say you're...
And I was about to kitchen. You know the kitchen? Right here.
Yeah, so let's pretend you're Jason and I'm you, okay?
He came from right here. He was somewhere right here. My head was right here. All I know is, and I was like, what the fuck? And that's when I opened the door. So that's why I'm so on, like, when I say about my daughter, because when he did that, I know that boy couldn't have got down that steps quick because it was too quick for me.
Okay. So it wasn't necessarily 5 minutes. As soon as you shut it, he should.
It seemed like, yeah. But where he came from, because you got to understand, I closed the door. So whatever he could have been doing, whatever he did, behind my back.
Are you saying the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just making. I just gotta make it plain. Yeah. But you've never known him to have a gun.
I personally, that man has never shot at me, put no gun, did none of that. Me and him argued. We done, like, I've never been physically, none of that.
But did you know he had a gun?
No.
Out of all the years y'all been together, you've never known.
I mean, I probably, yeah.
Okay.
Like, early in the years, but,
yeah.
like, for one, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't play that around my grandson anyway, because that's the things that we do. Like, my grandson, we don't argue. I don't do that around him, period. And if we do, he be in his room, sleep or whatever. Mm-hmm. We don't do that. So that's what I'm telling you. Like, all this is, you don't understand. Like, I'm hurt for him too. Because I'm like, why? You done fucked your whole life.
Oh, yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So you don't understand where I'm coming from. I'm like, wow, like, I don't even know how to explain how I feel.
Now, again, your grandson wasn't there. Your granddaughter was there, but she was asleep.
No, she wasn't in my house. They was coming to bring her.
Right. She was sleeping
in their car.
Can you tell me in that red car who was sitting behind the driver? Do you know?
My daughter was up behind him. He was in the passenger seat. My daughter was driving.
Your daughter was driving.
He was in the passenger seat, and the baby was behind him, I believe.
Behind the passenger.
Because I looked at her and I remember her head was like that.
I only asked because the door behind the driver door was open. You know why?
What?
I guess it's your daughter's. Is it your daughter's car, the red car?
That's his car.
Okay, so his car, like that car, the door behind the driver's seat was slightly open. I was just wondering who came from there, or when you went downstairs, did you?
Maybe I opened it. Okay. I want to say that, but
it's no big deal. I'm just
no,
wondering.
I want to be as accurate as I can be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I did because my first thing was to get her when I came outside.
The baby.
Yeah, because that's where she was coming
from. The purpose, yeah, okay.
And my daughter tell you she never experienced anything like my granddaughter, my grandkids at the bed, they love him to death. Him, Jason. Mm-hmm. And so that's why it's kind of still like, why, like, I think he was scared.
Is Corey, the girl, your granddaughter who was going to get dropped off, is Corey her father? No. Is Corey any of your grandchildren's father? How long Corey and your daughter been together?
Not long. Okay. I want to say from the end of last year.
So now you've been 6 months.
Not even. But I like Corey.
I'm gonna tell you what I do. He cared enough to walk you up. I mean, and I'm not saying this for you to feel like it's, this is completely 110% Jason's fault. But I mean, for the characteristics of what you're telling me and from what your daughter's telling me, seems like a decent dude. And I'm sorry, I see his crew out there acting real crazy on the scene. Like people don't do that for just anybody. You get what I'm saying? And I empathize with everybody's emotions out there. I can't even be mad, honestly.
Me either. That's what I told them. When I was talking to my friend on the phone, she was like, they acting crazy. I was like, I would too.
How else would you supposed to act, honestly? Yeah, I mean.
But I was scared too in the end because, and what I was mad with my daughter for is because when they talk about what he had on, don't act right now. That is not what we trying to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it made me mad because now they looking at me and then they start running towards, that's when they made it threw me in the car. Because you don't do that. Now you pointing the finger at me like I did it. And you know damn well I didn't.
That is frustrating, but just don't hound on that. That's all I can say. You're right.
Nah, I'm not gonna handle that because I understand what
You think? All right, cool, cool.
I understand what everybody.
Yeah. And this is the day. You know, I still gotta call. That's what I'm about to do next. Call this guy's family. And I don't mind first taking you home if you want, but could you just wait a little bit, you know, and give it a little time? Meanwhile, I mean, we can get you to a more comfortable space. If you want to use the bathroom, I can get you a snack. I can get you something to eat. Like, tell me what you need right now.
Let me try to call him.
Let me sit here for that, if you don't mind.
This is.
Pause right there for just a second. That could vary. At this point, who does Ms. Stuckey call?
She's calling the defendant, Mr. Hall.
You have to tell me what the fuck.
Hello?
Jay.
Yeah.
Man, what the fuck, man?
Man, that man came in and pulled a touchdown on me, bro. Like, that man, I didn't even know that man was out there, bro. Like, that man came in, I said, you alright? I said, you good? And he pushed all up on me, bro. Why you ain't tell me that man was coming in there? How you coming around and check?
No, he didn't. It wasn't even for him to come in here and check you. For one, they was telling me to come. You know, I was standing outside. They heard us arguing, which I be telling you to shut because you be loud as hell.
He can't do that, bro. I don't even know that man. I don't even know that man.
Well, he's gone. You know that, right?
That's crazy. That man came in and pulled that pussy on me, bro.
Well, Dre, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Man, I talked to him before, but that man, and then y'all called that man over there, bro. So I want them to help y'all, because y'all brought that man over there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, something was about to happen to me. Their family was trying to get at me. Them family came over there, bro. So you left me with all this bullshit. My dog gone. That boy gone. My daughter hate me. My other daughter's gone. And like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know where to go. I can't even go home. And I'm about to lose my grandson, my apartment, everything, bro. What the hell, man? What the fuck?
Man, I don't know, bro. You should have kept, man.
How the fuck I should have kept, man? Nothing. Dre, that boy walked out.
Listen.
Over there, bro. He had no reason to come in over there, fist on me. I ain't see all good. He pushed up on me. Like, he's a kid, bro. Grown ass man, bro.
Jason.
Yeah.
So you're saying that he pulled out a gun, right?
Yeah, he pulled out a gun.
Okay. Listen, we found a gun inside of Miss Stuckey's apartment. Would that be the gun that was used against Corey?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember how many? Well, we can talk about that later. So you tell me what happened. Tell me what happened.
I was sitting on my business. I was just sitting on the couch minding my business. And then, out of nowhere, he just came and I was sitting already on the couch. I had the gun already. A lot of folks had been knocking on the door and stuff already. So he came in out of nowhere. And I was like, bro. I said, what's going on? What's good with you? He pushed up on me and pulled the gun out. He had the gun in his hand. So I backed back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So I backed back. I didn't know what was going on. He came out of nowhere out. I didn't even know he was out there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't call him over there. They called that man over there. I just tried to check him or something. I didn't even know he was out there.
Do you have no idea why he came to the apartment in the first place?
They called him over there.
And you said some folks was knocking on the door?
Yeah, some people knocking on the door, but it was some neighbors and stuff.
What they want?
I don't know what they want. They was just knocking on the door. The neighbors and stuff knocking on the door. They were drinking some weed. So I told them, I'm like, stop knocking on this door because I don't even know these people. So them people had moved over there. They was just knocking on the door all times of the night. So I went down there and knocked on that door and told them, stop knocking on this door. So I don't know who these folks is. So he came up there. They called him. I was He put something to it, you good, I'm good with him. How you would come to my house and try to be aggressive with me? I don't even know him.
So what happened after he pulled out his gun?
After he pulled out his gun, when he walked towards the door, he walked back towards the door, but I was right up by the couch. I had my gun right up. So I just shot him because he put a gun out on me. I don't know where he came from. But if y'all see him, he had a big ass gun on him.
So when you shot at him, you could still see him. He was still inside of the apartment when you shot at him.
No, he was going out the door. I was going out the door. I don't know what he was going to do. I said something to him, but he was going out the door. I don't know. It was just that he didn't move because he came there and pulled a gun out on me. Like, it was just unexpected. I didn't even know he was coming in. I didn't even know he was outside.
You talking about before he came in?
Yeah, I didn't even know he was outside. I didn't even know he was out there. She supposed to be going outside just to talk to see her grandbaby. And I was saying he come back in the house. You know what I'm saying? So they must have told him something for him to come back because he had no business coming to the house, period.
Was everything cool? Was everything cool before they even showed up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we was chilling. Well, I don't know what the first she had with him to make him come in the house. Like, he ain't had no business coming to the house, period. I didn't call him over there.
I got you.
So he came out trying to check me. For what reason? I don't know what they told that man. That's why he came over there with a gun trying to check me.
So what's the Jake? Are you gonna come in? Are you gonna come in and make this statement like official or like what's your decisions here?
I mean, whatever. I do every day, bro. I gotta talk. I ain't gonna come over to nobody. Whatever they did, they called that man to come over there. I don't know. I didn't call him down, but thanks for that man.
But the problem with that, just what you're saying is what caused him to come isn't what ultimately made him cost his life. That's not what caused him to come. I don't think that's what caused his life. It was just some gunshots, and I'm trying to understand why that happened.
But he came down and pulled a gun or pulled a weapon out on me. So I don't know what to think. Why is he here? Why was he there in the first place? Coming in there and putting out a gun on me first.
I got what you're saying, and I can't say if you're telling me that y'all were chilling and everything was fine. I mean, you had some people knocking on the door looking for some weed, but that don't got nothing to do with it, right?
Yo, they ain't got nothing to do with it.
That don't got nothing to do with it. Okay, so
he just came in the house just trying to check me. Like I'm a grown ass man. I said, where's the gun? He pushing on, where's the gun? Like I ain't coming that man no time, but that's some devil. I don't even know him. So I don't know what to think. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to think. He came out with a big old gun. I said, a big old gun. What's up too? And he's like, I'm way smaller than that guy. I don't know that man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know from a California. Like, I live a regular life every day. Like I don't even know that man. I went into no trouble.
where are you now, Jason?
I'm at my auntie house.
Is it far from downtown?
Yeah, it's far from downtown. I can come and give a statement of mine, but I just don't want to be told from that. I didn't see him do none of that. That man came down and spoke all that stuff.
Okay. What time you want to come in tomorrow?
Probably like 2:00.
What my dog?
Do you know about that?
By what?
Her dog?
No, I don't even know about the dog.
I'm sorry. We're gonna have to look back on that one. But 2 p.m. tomorrow, is that before or after your shift?
After my shift when I get off.
Okay, so you're gonna get off. So okay, that's.
I just don't want to talk like that man came with me, man. Like I was sitting around my business. I don't know that man. That man came with me with a big old gun with a big old clip on it.
What did it? Tell me what it looked like.
It was black. It's black. It was black. It had a long clip on it.
Like is it like a rifle, pistol, and extended clip?
It was a pistol. It was a pistol with a big old clip on it.
Could you tell if it was a Glock or anything like that?
It was a Glock with like a 30-round extension clip on it.
Gotcha. Okay. What's a good phone number for? Is this the 470 number 470-274? Is that you?
Yeah.
274.
And I tell him to because that wasn't even a system to have it. That man came out just like all aggressive with me. I don't know what. I don't know
literally never saw him before.
I saw him at her daughter's house, but I never even, I spoke to him one time before in life. Like, I never seen that man but one time before. And that been a while ago. Like, I don't know that man. The way he all the rest, like, I don't know what's going on with him, man. They call that man over there trying to check me or something.
Dre, keep it real. You know Nana was bringing Jalea to come see me. Don't act like I called Corey. I don't even talk to Corey. Me and you both don't know Corey though.
But why did he come in with that?
Because you know why? Nana said go in the house, and I said I want. She heard me and you arguing, Dre. She heard me and you arguing outside. Dre, Nana told me that she heard us argue. She was about to take Jalea back. Why do you think I ain't brought Jalea back in the house and he came up there? He came to literally walk me, but I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Glad you don't have to take this down.
Okay, well, Dre, first of all, I didn't know that. But second of all, you know that I was getting my granddaughter. And this even in the text.
Jason, the weapon that was used, where'd you leave it in the apartment?
I don't even know. It was just at the end of the month.
And then you left that shit for me to go down for. Like, what if they would have said I did that?
Wait a minute, let me clarify. Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're not saying we are not assuming that she's a shooter. We're not gonna come up with scenarios like that now. We're gonna stick to the facts, okay? Let's just stick to the facts. Now, where do you think you left it?
I left it right on the couch where I was. Like, my brother had me in the street. Like, he just came in and just had me on spirit because I was really soft. Like, I didn't know he was trying to, like, I'm a grown ass man. Why would a little ass boy come here trying to demo me? You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about this man. I don't even know this man. I seen him on the phone, but I didn't know how to sit down and have a conversation with him.
What kind of gun did you have?
I had a little, black
A Ruger, okay.
No, it was something. I forgot if I had bought it from somebody off the street.
How long you had it now?
Probably like 3 months.
Okay. 3 months. Black in color Ruger. Is it definitely a Ruger?
What kind of gun it was?
No, that's cool. It's cool. Don't worry. We'll figure that out. But look, are you able to take a phone number, or I can text you? I'll text you.
Yeah, but that when he put it to the head, like, that man just came in that person, like, I don't know how to think, like, he came in there with his gun, like, I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
I do understand. I said I do understand. I'm texting you right now my name, so you can have my information. Let me know if you got it.
Like I say, man, I work every day.
Where you work at?
I work at the printing company.
Okay, but you're gonna be off before 2 to be here at 2.
Yeah.
You know where we are?
Yeah.
You got my text?
Yeah, I got your text.
Okay.
What? Phone for no man. It's just like, man, I don't want to get in trouble for, like, I didn't provoke drug that stuff, man. Like, for real, to tell the bear, I didn't provoke drug that stuff.
There's.
That man came in, and me and my girlfriend was talking loud. Yeah, what? They don't be on the right to come in there and try to check me. Like, it wasn't that stressful, but now we can talk loud.
I get what you're saying. No, yeah, I understand. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't even think so. I didn't know that man was out there. I thought she was out there with her bird baby. I was saying he caught stuff in the house. With her, he come in the house, like, he come in there and check me or something. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
It was just crazy. Like, that was just an unexpected turn of events. I ain't going looking for the shoot nobody do nothing like that. I know he was son of me. He kept running down. He got staring me like I was a little kid.
I got what you're saying, and it just sounds like your manhood was tried. You ain't like it.
No,
He said his phone was dying. I think he hung up. Hey.
Mr. Body, can you pull up the next part of the interview?
So this is part of the schedule skipping over parts that aren't germane to your consideration. And I think same interview, it's just the second part's going to come up on a different machine. Just so we can manage the jurors' expectations. Would this be the shorter half that's about to start or the longer half that's about to start?
Much shorter, about,
Just much shorter is all you need to say.
I did.
Make it louder? I think it's as loud as it can go. Because it's too loud, I think part of it, but that's the end of the phone call. The rest is just going to be a back and forth with the detective and Ms. Stuckey, assuming we get it to work. You just do it.
Just want to ask, well, go over this one more time. Where is he lying?
Literally not. No, he did do when he said he did come in there and being aggressive because he was sitting on the couch, like I told you. You know, I said he was sitting on the couch, and he was kind of brushing up a little bit. So that's why I said I don't know if he was scared.
You told me that you saw a gun. Did you see it on his hip, in his hands? Like, where did you see it?
It's. I don't want to lie. I seen it. I just don't know if he just showed it or what. But I seen it. But that's when, quick reaction is, let's go. So that's.
Did he ever point the gun at your boyfriend?
No.
Did he ever even, separate the gun from his body?
I think he did that.
But he didn't point it at your boyfriend.
No, like, oh, shoot you. No,
right, point it at him.
No, I didn't really see that.
Any threats? What was said?
He was like, what's up? Like, he came in, he was on some.
Okay.
I'm coming.
But he made it out the door.
He made it out the door.
You shut the door. He's out your place.
The door was shut.
And he's out of your apartment.
But I can't tell you where Jason was at. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I can't tell you. When he was leaving out the door, I don't know where Jason's at. All I know is the gun was shooting. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And
so,
where were you standing when he was shooting?
I was by where the couch at, and right here.
The red couch?
Yeah. Uh-huh. And like you come in that little hallway part, but you come in like the door that way. I was standing in between like where that microwave.
Uh-huh.
I wish I could just show you.
I remember it. Matter of fact. Nah, I got a video. Let's see. I can pull up the video.
It was more like the gunshots was like by me. So I was standing right there. Literally, to me, I was scared my damn self.
Just point where you were standing when you see it. Right there. And where was your boyfriend standing when he was shooting?
It was like over my head. I can't tell you where he was just doing it, but I was like kind of right there. Right here, in between.
And he had to be somewhere further into the...
Or like right here. I want to say it right
beside
here. It was just like this pile, like, like that's what it was. It was fucking alarming, like, So it wasn't like he pulled it out in front of me and did like that. It was some way he had it and all out the gunshots. But the gunshots was right here. So he was standing, he had to be right here.
Right
My
beside
house
you.
is right, this is my house.
It is, but all right. So, but let's talk about what's clear. Let's talk about what we know. You shut the door. You got him out. You shut the door. You weren't standing at the door when he was shooting. So right? So you shut the door.
I was coming back. I was standing by the thing, whatever. All I know is all I heard is pop, pop, pop. Okay, I wasn't, like I told you, I was still standing with my stove.
Yeah,
couch,
yeah.
all that. I'm still right there.
All right.
So he had been right here because the shit was really by my ear.
Okay.
I remember that. That shit was by my ear. I'll never forget that.
All right.
Literally, I was thinking, to me, I think he's gonna kill me.
Mm-hmm.
That's how close it was.
Appreciate it.
Printer doesn't work
That's interesting.
for me.
Okay. Secretary, so the phone call with Mr. Hall, was that the only time that you spoke to him?
That's the only time I spoke with him, yes.
And did we just hear the entirety of that phone call when on this recording?
Yes.
At any time during that phone call, did you ever hear the defendant say, "I had to defend my home"?
No.
At any time during that phone call, did you ever hear the defendant say, "I had to defend my family"?
Objection, Your Honor. This is getting very close to commenting on the silence.
Let's be thoughtful. What was said, and the jurors, insofar as they could hear what was said, will process what was there.
So what was said, but I do want to talk about some of the things. Let's see.
I have a question while he's looking for them up. It sounded to me like Mr. Hall a number of times said he checked me. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean to you? If someone checks you?
Kind of where I was going when the phone had hung up. It sounds like that he felt like his manhood was being tried, or he said that he was being checked as in kind of how a parent may do a child if you're out of order and trying to get you back in order, something like along the lines of that.
Okay. In lines with that, checking a person, did you understand him to say that I'm a grown-ass man? Why would a little bitty boy come in and try to debo me?
I did.
Okay. And what do you interpret that to mean?
That he's upset that a younger individual is checking him with my description of checking.
And by checking the way you describe it, are you meaning like putting somebody back in line?
Back in line, yes.
Okay. So does that infer that somebody was acting out of line?
Out of someone who's out of order, trying to place them back in order.
Okay. Now, did you hear on the phone call where he said, I will come in tomorrow at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. What did you understand that to mean?
He was going to come in and make a statement after he got off his shift at 2 o'clock.
Did you ever hear from the defendant again?
No.
Briefly, I want to go through some few photos of the crime scene. I got them in order.
Okay.
Yeah. Starting with State's Exhibit 85. There's a significant delay.
We could try the overhead projector if you want to do that. Let me see if I can get that to work.
Try the overhead projector while Mr. Biden is trying. Mr. Riley, do you have the?
So if he'll not, will you unshare? Okay. So it's working. We just have to get it to go up. Mr. Rye, I think, folded it down before. It sort of folds down. It may have been Mr. Hiles, but without breaking it, make it go up. Don't use that much force. Okay, bendy. All right, whatever you guys did, disconnected it because it was connected, but so let's go back to, it's not showing up here. When you were checking it, it got disconnected. All right, so let's try the good old way.
Okay. Sorry.
Just do it the old fashioned way.
You go super old fashioned.
We're gonna do it this way. Showing what it's been marked States Exhibit 85. And what did you mark as Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2?
One is the decedent and 2 is his phone.
And were those evidence, was that evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Sure. Right. He's just asking if you can publish it.
And States Exhibit 88, previously been admitted. What is that?
It's the defendant's keys.
Defendant's keys.
Yes.
And by defendant, Mr. Hall?
Correct.
Okay, and why did you mark those?
We wanted to take the keys and hold it in case if he actually was going to come in the next day, but it's evidence. We put it in the property as evidence.
And I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 89.
These are additional shell casings.
How many shell casings?
It's 4.
4?
Yes.
And were each of those shell casings collected?
Yes, each were collected.
And States Exhibit 92.
This is an additional shell casing,
Okay.
which was collected.
And States Exhibit, I believe we talked about this earlier, 93.
This will be the weapon number 11, and it was collected.
Okay. And then, do you see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
I see shell casing 9 has been identified from a previous photo, but 10 and 8 are additional shell casings which were collected.
And then I'm showing you States Exhibit 94.
An additional shell casing.
Okay. And in total, how many shell casings was that?
8.
Are those shell casings the only ones that you found?
Those are the only ones we found.
Okay. And did you collect all of them?
Correct. Yes, we did.
And showing you what's been.
Okay. These are 2 projectiles.
Okay. And where were those recovered?
Underneath the decedent.
And last, States Exhibit number 118. Do you recognize that?
This is another fragment from a projectile.
Okay, and do you recognize where that was collected from?
I just see it's inside an apartment.
And did you, the exhibits that you just went through, placards 1 through 15, is that all of the evidence that you collected?
That I can recall, yes.
When you went through that scene, did you see any evidence that made you think that any shots were returned from outside of the apartment, inside the apartment?
No, sir.
Do you see any evidence that somebody was attempting to break through the door at apartment 2?
No.
And what neighborhood did this incident take place in?
This neighborhood is called English Avenue. A lot of people know it as the Bluff.
The Bluff?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of neighborhood is that?
It has a reputation of having heavy drugs in that neighborhood, drug users, even prostitutes in that neighborhood.
What about violence?
Heavy violence as well.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you at this time.
All right, Ms. Feely, questions for Sergeant Barry?
Thank you. I'm just gonna pick up where you left off. You were talking about Mr. Hall, Miss Stuckey's neighborhood, and said that it was prone to drugs and violence. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's also prone to poorer people, poorer populations,
It
right?
is. Yes.
Not necessarily people with these issues, right? So it's a cheaper place to live in town. Is that fair?
Not these days, but there's a lot of poor people that's in that neighborhood. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you wrote a report in this case, right?
There's a report, yes.
And you talked about your training and experience, and you're actually trained in writing reports, right?
Yes, I am.
And you know that you need to be thorough, right?
And the report that we make for homicides is actually very light. If we just mention the location, we mention the decedent's name, and we just say that the investigation continues. That's the official report.
And then you wrote a supplemental report as
Yes,
well, right?
then I'll do a supplement.
And that one you want to be thorough,
I make it, yes,
because people are going to rely on your report, right?
exactly.
And so you want to be accurate.
Yes,
And you already talked about you spoke with Miss Scott.
yes.
Pictures. There's a juror stuck holding pictures.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And when you spoke with Miss Scott, that was in the patrol car, is that right?
Yes, she was the first witness I spoke with when I got on scene.
And she told you about the reason she was at the apartments.
Yes,
And that her mom came down to speak with her at her vehicle.
yes,
And then she told you about how Mr. Blunt and Miss Stuckey went up to the apartment.
correct.
And she told you that she stayed in the car with her daughter.
That's correct.
And then she told you that she went up the stairs to de-escalate the situation.
Yes,
And she told you she saw her mom pushing Mr. Blunt out of the apartment.
that's correct.
And at no point that night did she never mentioned that she and Miss Stuckey had gone upstairs earlier, right? Because sorry, go ahead.
I can't recall if they went upstairs earlier
Because if she had told you that, it would be in your report, right?
or it would be recorded.
And so Miss Stuckey, I'm sorry, Miss Scott never told you that Mr. Hall used the MF word that day. She didn't tell you that.
I can't recall.
And that would be in your report if,
It would be recorded if it's not written.
and you were, as you mentioned, the lead detective in this particular case, right?
That's correct.
So you led the investigation, right?
Yes,
And you talked about you have 13 years, I think it was, in law enforcement,
yes,
and over 4 years as a lead detective in homicide, right?
yes,
So before all that, even you had basic, like training in basic investigations before,
I have been trained. Yes,
and you've been trained in getting search warrants and doing affidavits, that sort of thing,
that's correct.
and even including executing search warrants.
That's correct.
You've made arrests before,
I have.
and you've testified numerous times,
Yes, ma'am.
and you've assisted in preparing cases for trial,
Assisted in
just like reviewing your notes and stuff to
for
prepare.
trial.
the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this was your investigation,
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
and you're the one who made the call to a crime scene.
Yes.
Or if you weren't the actual.
Or I
one who made the
delegated
call?
someone to, yes.
It was your call to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And by the time you get there, I think you already mentioned the crime scene has already been established by responding officers.
It was still happening when I arrived.
And you're trained to establish a crime scene as well.
Yes.
And you're trained how important it is to preserve evidence.
Yes.
And protect the integrity of the investigation.
That is correct.
And you mentioned also you, in concert with others, help determine what needs to be photographed on the scene.
Yes.
And if there are substances such as blood on the scene, you can direct somebody to take samples of those, right?
That's correct.
And you mentioned Miss Scott was grazed. Were you did not find any blood on the stairs or on the anywhere else other than the landing, is that right?
I don't recall blood anyplace else. Yes.
And the firearm in this particular case was left there at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And we already talked about you had somebody photograph the bullet fragments, the shell casings, and all of that.
That's correct.
And another thing that you can request is having a technician get fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes, crime scene.
And that evidence can be lifted off of a firearm, for instance.
It could, yes.
So you did ask for ballistics testing on the firearm.
That's
right?
correct.
But not fingerprint analysis.
We had the identification of the shooter.
But there were two people in the apartment, right?
The shooter said who he shot.
And the other person in the apartment when Mr. Hall said he shot was his girlfriend of 6 years, Miss Stuckey.
Miss Stuckey, that is correct.
So, and I think Miss Stuckey claims she didn't even know the gun was there, right?
She did.
So if her fingerprints were on the gun, that would not fit with the theory of the state's case, right?
Well, there was time with the gun after the shooting without that Miss Stuckey was in the house by herself. So I wouldn't know if she had moved it at that time after she was aware that a gun is now involved in a particular incident. So I don't know, because the defendant never said where he placed the gun. The gun was found underneath the couch. I can't say who put it there.
There was a second gun as well.
Yes.
And that one wasn't tested at all, right?
That's correct.
No ballistics.
That's correct.
You also mentioned that the gun was removed from Mr. Blunt's waistband. Is that right?
It was removed from his person, and I asked specifically a unit from where, and yes, I was told the waistband.
Okay, so you were told the waistband.
That's correct. I wasn't there when it was removed.
So we don't have photographs of where the firearm was.
No.
And when you say the gun was removed from his person, what you're saying is that evidence at your crime scene was tampered with before you got there, right?
Evidence was moved before I got there, yes.
We don't know who moved the firearm, do we?
Well, I know one of the officers retrieved the gun. So a police officer removed the gun.
So the police officer who testified yesterday, who got the gun, said that somebody gave it to him.
Okay.
So that, as the lead detective, you would have known about that, right?
Miss Scott.
Okay. So someone told you it was Miss Scott.
Correct.
Because it wouldn't have been appropriate for a responding officer to go get the gun off of the person, right?
In circumstances, it would have been just fine, yes.
Really? Okay. So you said we've seen the evidence marker. So evidence marker 1 is the body, right?
That's correct.
If a gun had been there, that might have been evidence marker 2, right?
It could have been.
Okay. So, but under some circumstances, it doesn't matter if the gun is removed from the person.
Well, under some circumstances, it does matter, which is why it would be removed. If it's exposed and there's still they're still trying to secure the crime scene and there's just a gun exposed, then they can actually retrieve the gun and put it in a safe place.
They could also take a quick photo on their phone before they mess with the murder crime scene, right?
They could.
And on that second gun that was removed from the scene, ballistics wasn't tested on that firearm, right?
The one that was on the decedent? No, it was not.
And no fingerprints on it either.
Was not tested.
Yesterday, a crime scene technician, Miss Davis, was talking, mentioned touch DNA. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was another test that was never performed on either firearm, right?
Stay firm. That's correct.
And there was a search warrant for apartment 2, right?
That's correct.
And you were searching for firearms, which you found, right?
I did find a firearm.
Spent projectiles, you found.
That's correct.
Spent and unspent cartridge cases you were looking for, right?
That's correct.
Ammunition magazines,
Yes.
holsters.
I don't recall a holster.
As you were processing the scene, you were also paying attention, looking for blood and other bodily fluids, right?
That's correct.
And latent DNA.
That's correct.
And objects and materials tending to harbor latent DNA so that they can be tested.
That's correct.
And latent friction ridge prints, such as fingerprints.
That's correct.
And the objects that would tend to have those fingerprints.
That is correct.
And you're looking for trace evidence such as hairs and fibers.
Yes. Any type of DNA.
And you were also included electronic devices, right?
Yes.
I wanted to also ask you about your speculative comments about this being a check on Mr. Hall's manhood.
Okay.
You wouldn't get a little kid in line, as you mentioned, by barging into their house with a firearm, right?
I would not.
So this being checked with a deadly weapon is certainly different than what I think you were describing of just verbally checking somebody.
It is different.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Hiles?
Yeah. All right. How many opportunities do you get to collect evidence at a crime scene?
You have one primary opportunity. Sometimes you may be able to come back and collect more if you visit very short after the crime scene has been cleared.
And so everything that Ms. Feely just asked you about that she was listed in your warrant as potentially wanting to collect, is that why would you list so many things?
Well, the purpose of most of those things that she mentioned was for identification purposes, of which we were able to get all parties involved identified there on scene.
Okay. And at the time you go in to preserve and process a scene, do you know all the facts and circumstances as to what happened?
As soon as we get there?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Or through, even throughout the processing, do you know exactly what happened?
No, we still don't. Even when we clear, sometimes we still don't know.
And are those things that you were searching for the types of evidence that are often relevant when you don't know exactly what happened?
Absolutely.
And if you had not searched for and collected those items, would you have been able to come back and do it again at a later date?
We could have.
For all of them?
Not for it all, not for DNA purposes and such like that. It'll be contaminated at that time.
Okay. So was that breadth of evidence that you searched for, was that to make sure you preserve everything?
Everything the first time, that's correct.
After you've collected things, at some point during your investigation, you determine, what needs to be tested and what does not need to be tested. What is
Yes.
relevant to your case.
Yes, that's correct.
What benefit, if any, do you think you would have even gotten from testing DNA in this particular case?
Benefits just would have confirmed.
Objection. This calls for speculation.
I don't think it calls for speculation. She's the one that made a decision not to test or to test, and it's.
So why don't you ask her why she didn't test as
Okay.
opposed to having her guess what the results might have been?
Why did you ultimately just decide not to, test,
Okay, again, because the identifications were already made. So I didn't feel like it was necessary for this particular case.
throughout everything we talked about? Was there anything that would contradict your conclusions?
I can't see so.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the testing of the firearms.
Okay.
Are you consistently involved in requesting firearms to be tested?
Yes.
And are you familiar through your training and experience with how firearms, in particular shell casings, can be attached to a particular firearm?
Yes. Okay, so the shell casings, as I mentioned earlier, there's an imprint that's on each shell casing to let us know exactly which gun it was shot out of. So we're able to collect if we have a gun, which in case we do. And shell cases, of course, we have 8 in this case. They were tested and it came back to the very specific gun that was found as marker 11.
And the what was tested, those unique imprints, are they unique to the gun found at marker 11?
To the gun, yes, at 11, yes.
So does that mean that they could have been fired from another weapon?
No, it was specifically from that weapon.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, sometimes you record audio statements. If you go back and re-interview a witness, do you, and you audio record it, do you always transcribe that into your supplemental report?
No, I don't. I don't transcribe any of my audio recordings into my supplemental report.
Okay, yeah, so, an unsecured firearm on a scene, is that a danger to a scene?
It is, especially if the crime scene is still not properly secure. Absolutely.
Okay, and, what do you mean by not properly secure?
I just know when I arrived on scene, it wasn't yet up to my standards of a secure scene as far as getting. I got there pretty quick. Again, I was the very first detective to actually get there, but I can't say when that firearm was removed. I don't know if it was removed before I arrived or after I arrived, but yes, it is known practice that the gun, if it's exposed, can be removed and cleared and preserved for myself to.
And when first responding EMS life-saving officials arrive on scene, could a firearm on an injured person's body be a hazard to those first responders?
It could be, yes, sir.
Okay. And are those first responders focused, what's more important, taking a picture of a firearm or saving somebody's life?
It's to keep the secure scene. It's to make the scene secure. So that's their first focus when they arrive on scene.
And what about an injured person?
They are to help them. They are to aid. Yes.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. And is it common for a firearm to be removed from an injured person's body during life-saving treatment?
It's not a common thing that happens, but yes, they would definitely remove that out of the way, even if they're injured, just to make sure that that officer is safe before they actually render aid to that individual.
I don't. In video footage,
Mhm.
it looked like you had, longer dreadlocks at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, I got a haircut.
How long did it take you to grow your hair out?
Objection relevant.
I think the length of time it takes somebody to grow their hair, if they wear their hairstyle one way, for a long time, and then change their appearance after they're accused of a crime makes it relevant.
Okay, and you're gonna be able to argue that, but you'll need to ask a different question.
Um,
That's all you got? All right, any recross?
So as you were mentioning, you only get one shot at an investigation, right? The initial investigation.
And I mentioned that you can come back and get more, but you want to get everything that first time. Yes, ma'am.
Because we can't go back now and see if that firearm was in fact in Mr. Blunt's waistband, right?
We cannot now.
We cannot go back and see if it was in fact in his hand, right?
I was told the waist and not in his hand. In his hand, I believe, was his cell phone.
And we can't go back now and see if it was near his hand, like it had been dropped out of his hand.
We can't go back.
Thank you.
We're good. Jurors, any questions for Sergeant Barry? You pass them to Detective Gordon, to Deputy Gordon. Everyone's moving up. Thank you. All right, counsel. See you out there. The prosecutor. A body. Did you ever Did you ever interact with at the crime scene anyone who purported to be the person who called 911? We've listened to a 911 call and just wondering if you ever interacted with the person who was speaking with the 911 operator.
I'm not certain of who was the one who made it through. I know I've spoke with a lot of people who called 911,
Right.
but I can't confirm who made it through to speak with dispatch.
Okay. The gun found in Ms. Stuckey's apartment was or was not fingerprinted.
I understand it was not fingerprinted.
Okay. Was that apartment, I think it's number 2, I'm gonna call it apartment 2, was it searched beyond what was in plain view? In other words, you get a search warrant or believe you had exigent circumstances to be opening drawers and cabinets and whatnot for the crime scene investigation you conducted?
We didn't conduct a search like that.
Just plain view?
Plain view.
Take a picture of that?
Yes, we didn't move or get into things or yes.
Okay. Few questions about the interview with Ms. Stuckey that we watched, the one at headquarters.
Okay.
Was it a custodial interview? In other words, was Ms. Stuckey?
She was not in custody.
Okay, if she wanted to leave, she could leave.
She was absolutely free to go.
All right. How long after you arrived at the scene did that interview occur?
I saw the interview started at 1:45, so I would have gotten, the call came up, I believe at like 10:30, so maybe 3 hours after.
Okay. Did Ms. Stuckey know that your interview with her was being recorded?
I didn't tell her that it was being recorded.
Does it look like a camera like that thing on the ceiling there? Where like clearly I'm on camera, or is it like a clock that has a
It's something more discreet, like a clock that shows the actual lens, but I didn't tell her that it was being recorded.
Okay. And was she with a police officer escort from the time police arrived at the scene until she met with you, or was she free to come and go?
She was free, but we did give her the ride to headquarters.
Okay, and I didn't mean to confuse things by saying escort. You got her, someone got her to police headquarters, but the interview was at 1 something, the call out was at the 10s, so there are a bunch of hours in between. At the scene, when it was being secured and processed, was there always an officer with Ms. Stuckey, or was she free to move about?
She was free to move about, but I believe a good time of that she was in one of our patrol cars, not with the officer by her, but yet in a patrol car just standing by.
Okay.
But she was free to be. She was comfortable in that area.
She wasn't told to stay in that
Correct.
car and it was locked from the outside.
Correct. That's correct.
All right. Do you recall anything Ms. Stuckey told you during your interview at headquarters about what Mr. Hall said to Mr. Blunt, if anything, during their exchange in apartment 2?
Not specifically. I can't recall specific words he would have said.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors how it is that in that apartment door, there's not one hole through which 8 bullets went, but there are 8 different holes and there's a spread. There's some that are low, there's some that are high.
Sure. So you move the gun just a little bit. As the trajectory goes out, it's not gonna be in the same hole as the last shot. So we have 8 shots. Unless it's perfect shots, I mean, the muzzle doesn't move, which takes an expert to do. I've been trying, I can't do it. So like, it just spreads out, and therefore you can distinctly see the 8 different shots that came out of that same barrel. Did I explain it?
You answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Based on where you found the shell casings, does that tell you anything based on your experience and knowledge about how shell casings eject, about whether Mr. Hall was in one place the entire time he fired the shots, or if he was moving around in the apartment?
All of the shell casings were found, I would still say, in the general area near the couch now, but I can't really say because, again, where the shell cases land, they can roll. So it wouldn't allow us to see if he was moving or anything like that at the time.
So there was one shell casing that actually was found behind the door with the 8 holes in it.
Yes.
So way up in the kitchen. Is that consistent with Mr. Hall being way back by, I say way, I know it's a small space, but being back by the red and black couch?
Yes, but at the same time, with people walking in that same area, even before 911 was called, it could be kicked around. So we really can't say where it was found. We can say where Mr. Hall was standing at the time.
They're round objects. They don't fall and get glued
Not
to the
flat.
ground.
Yes, they can hit the ground and then they can roll.
Okay. You testified a bit about how the shell casings had, this is my term, a unique set of markings,
Okay.
almost like a fingerprint that matched the firearm that was recovered under the black couch.
So,
Are you the expert in that field who made that conclusion, or were you merely relaying to the jurors work that a different person conducted to say these shell casings all were fired by the same gun?
I'm relating from that expert.
Okay, that's not work you did.
No, sir.
During the recording of your interview with Ms. Stuckey, there was a time when Mr. Hall was on the phone talking to you and sometimes with Ms. Stuckey. Did Mr. Hall at any point during that 3-way conversation say that he had fired his gun or a gun?
He didn't say those words.
Okay. Explain to the jurors what the difference is between an initial report and a supplemental report for the lead detective.
Okay. So with homicides, that is very sensitive information. We care a lot not to, and reports are public record. Anybody can actually request and get these reports. So we keep our report very concise. This is what happened. This person lost their life at this address, and we process the scene. And then later, as the investigation goes in, I have a side supplement, is what we call it, of steps that I take to get to probable cause.
So what's an example of something that would be in a supplemental report that wasn't in the initial report?
My explanation of the probable cause of who I'm charging for whatever crime I'm charging. That's what's different. That's not in the report.
Okay. Did you interview Ms. Scott So girlfriend of the decedent,
Yes.
daughter of Miss Stuckey. Did you interview her more than one time?
Yes.
And share with the jurors, not the substance of each interview, but the circumstances. It was at the crime scene, it was the next day, it was at the doctor's office, whatever happened.
Okay, so the first time was at the crime scene. She was the first witness that I spoke with when I arrived on scene. And then days later, I arrived to her apartment to do what we call a single photo show. It was of the defendant, Mr. Hall, just for her to tell me, is this the guy? And in that same time, she went over her story again.
Were either of those interviews at the scene, at her apartment, Ms. Scott, were either of those recorded?
Both.
I think I asked you about whether the firearm found under the black couch was fingerprinted. And you said, no, it wasn't.
Correct.
And then the firearm that was recovered allegedly from Mr. Blunt's waistband, but recovered from him, wherever it was recovered, was that fingerprinted?
I understood it was not.
Okay. Did Mr. Hall at any point during that phone call to you and Miss Stuckey say anything about what Mr. Blunt did or said that made Mr. Hall feel threatened?
He came in and he pulled a gun. It's something that I could hear him say on the video, on the surveillance video. I heard him mention that also on the phone when he was talking to Miss Stuckey. That's all I have.
Okay, so the surveillance video, we've also been calling it the ring camera video, those 4 segments that you watched. Mm-hmm. One of those, you're saying you heard Mr. Hall say, okay, and then something to that effect during the phone call with you and Miss Stuckey.
Yes, sir. All
right, thank you so much. Mr. Hiles, do you have any other questions for Sergeant Berry?
I do not.
Ms. Feely? All right, Sergeant Berry, I just got an email from Judge Whitaker that says the state has rested, so you don't need to go to 5D.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time here. Should we take our afternoon break? No. Who's your next witness?
Investigator Joe Rickman.
Okay.
Joseph Rickman, JOSEPHRICKMAN.
I know you have a pretty loud outside voice, so we're all not straining. I don't think that microphone is working very well. Would you just make sure you keep your voice up for the jurors and for the court reporter? Thank you. Can you turn and introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're employed?
Good afternoon. My name is Assistant Chief Joseph Rickman. I'm Assistant Chief assigned to the Major Case Unit, or at the time assigned to the Major Case Unit, Mr. Body's Investigator for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Fonnie Willis, DA, and that's where I'm currently employed. I'm assigned to the Trial Division at this point.
And sir, how long have you been employed with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 2.5 years, shortly after Ms. Willis took office.
And prior to working at the District Attorney's Office here in Fulton County, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your background in law enforcement?
Yes, sir. My career actually began back in 1990. When I was 19 years old, I began with the State Department of Corrections, working as basically a prison guard when I was 19. Stayed in that system for 3 years, then began my career with the Newton County Sheriff's Department, which is Covington, Georgia, down I-20. Stayed there in the Uniform Patrol Division, answering 911 calls. And then in 1998, I transferred to the District Attorney's Office there in the Alcova Judicial Circuit, where I stayed until 2004. And so, 12 years with Newton County. I got received my Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and then came to Fulton County and was the only investigator at the Office of the County Attorney, which isn't necessarily a law enforcement position. I stayed there. I also did indigent defense work. I worked at the Public Defender's Office for quite some time and was actually the chief there doing defense work. Received my master's in criminal justice. And then when shortly after Ms. Willis took office, I re-entered law enforcement and came to the DA's office.
And could you explain to the jurors, came to the DA's office and worked in the major case unit. Can you explain to the jurors what that unit is?
The major case unit deals specifically with homicide. We locate witnesses, interview witnesses, prepare the cases, locate evidence, and actually get the case ready to come to trial, pass more of a probable cause standard. We do interviews, we gain additional information, and then at trial, we're of course responsible for the attendance of all the witnesses.
Is it fair to say that once we receive a case from a law enforcement agency or jurisdiction, for example, the Atlanta Police Department, we get their case file, but then do our own independent investigation?
Yes, sir, that's correct. There's still, more work to be done. Sometimes there's things that, may need to be looked at, additional video evidence gathered. We get new information from the witnesses of things that maybe didn't come out to begin with. And of course, as law enforcement officers, we pursue that evidence to get it ready to go to trial.
Now, Investigator Rickman, at some point in last year and into this year, were you working on the case, the state of Georgia versus Jason Hall?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I was.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you, get assigned to a specific case here, for example, Jason Hall?
Once it was assigned to Mr. Abadi, we began preparing the case and start, interviewing witnesses, just as I said, looking through evidence. As a part of that process, we also go into an Odyssey database, which is a database that's pretty much open to anyone in the Fulton County criminal justice system. We review that in May of 2023. That's when I began looking at this particular case.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your job responsibilities and duties as an investigator with the DA's office, specifically here, the major case unit, are there times where we or you request evidence from the law enforcement agency in order to have testing done?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And in this instance, did you pick up or were you a part of the arrangement to have some ballistic evidence picked up and taken to a private firearms examiner?
Yes, sir. I was a part of making the arrangements and having picked up the Smith & Wesson Shield 40 caliber, I believe, pistol. At the time, especially after the COVID shutdown and because of the backlog of the GBI, we utilize a retired GBI examiner who now does private firearms testing. And so we retrieve the evidence from the law enforcement agency and transport it to him. His name is Jay Jarvis.
Okay. And in your capacity as an investigator at the DA's office, have you had several interactions with Mr. Jarvis?
Yes, sir. Weekly, definitely monthly. It's a constant process, as we begin to work through these murder cases that were, from the years during COVID.
And through that interactions, through that process, do you become pretty familiar with Mr. Jarvis and his background, training, and experience?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Mr. Jarvis is, like I said, retired from the GBI. He was a firearms examiner. He has his own private lab, and he is well respected and well known in the field of firearm science. And we use him extensively and every murder that we're trying now, typically we have taken weapons to have him test them.
And have you been present and observed Mr. Jarvis testify and be accepted and sworn in as an expert in firearms and ballistics evidence?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Many times, over 30, 40 trials since I've been working with you.
Now, after the evidence was taken to Mr. Jarvis's lab, did you receive an official report from Mr. Jarvis stating his, I guess, analysis and the processes that he did with the evidence he received?
Yes, sir. He received the evidence on March 15th of 2023, and then he generated a report that we received on March 21st. That typically he generates a report the day he tests the evidence, and we did receive that report.
And in your time at the DA's office and throughout your law enforcement career, but specifically here at the DA's office, are you familiar with the APD and the fact that APD also has a crime lab?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Atlanta Police Department does have a local crime lab that we interface with.
And is it very common that ballistics evidence is taken or given to the Atlanta Police Department's crime lab for a preliminary review and analysis of the evidence?
Yes, sir.
And is that evidence always then sent to, for example, the GBI or the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or Mr. Jarvis, a private examiner, for confirmation of the testing that was done at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the official report that we were just talking about the processes and procedures that were described that Mr. Jarvis did, within that official report, did it also contain his findings and conclusions about the evidence in which he tested, compared, and examined?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that something that you personally received?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 170. You recognize Exhibit 170?
Yes, sir. This is the report that we received, generated on March 21st, 2023.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the report, the official report that Mr. J. Jarvis did and provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time the state pretender was to mark the State's Exhibit 170 through way of stipulation with the defense, as well as, or excuse me, the state and the defense.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the admission of States 170?
No.
It's admitted.
Now, Investigator Rickman, can you tell the jurors in November of 2023, did Mr. Jarvis suffer from a medical crisis?
He did. Of course, Mr. Jarvis being retired approximately around the November 14th date, he was working in his yard, and there was some type, I don't know the specifics, some type of critical fall, and Mr. Jarvis has been in a coma. He was in a coma. I think he has slightly came out of the coma, but he's still in a hospital, and that's been since November 14th. But he was, again, don't know the specifics of how he fell doing yard work, but it was a devastating head injury, and he still remains in the hospital to this day.
And is that the reason for his absence here during this trial?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Now, as part of your additional, I guess, job responsibilities and duties as an assistant chief with the DA's office, do you also review, I guess, the contents of the file that we received from, for example, the Atlanta Police Department, in each case that you are assigned to or work on?
Yes, sir. Once the case is assigned to us and we begin reviewing the file, we start, gathering the facts, reading the police reports, looking for anything that stands out, anything that we see that maybe we could gain additional evidence on based on our experience. And so, yes, sir, absolutely, we do that.
Does that also include watching recorded witness statements or body camera?
Yes, sir. Body camera footage, surveillance footage, bookend photos, anything that looks related to the case.
And in this case, did you review the 4 ring video surveillance clips that was provided from Mr. Cunningham to the Atlanta Police Department, specifically Detective Barrett?
Yes, sir. I did, in fact, review the videos that were provided and were shown here.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. You recognize the State's Exhibit 171?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a still shot from the ring camera provided by Mr. Cunningham that has an image portrayed in it.
And does the still shot, which is contained in State's Exhibit 171, fairly and accurately depict the clips, or one of the clips, or something, a part of the clips of the ring video surveillance provided by Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, sir, absolutely, based on what I've seen.
At this time, Your Honor, the state returner was remarked at State's Exhibit 171.
Ms. Feely, any objection to states 171? It's admitted.
Hopefully, Mr. Rao will be able to publish it here. A second. But I wouldn't hold my breath. So we're gonna have to continue this old fashioned.
Good, I'm old.
Can you describe to the jurors what State's Exhibit 171 is a screenshot of?
That is a screenshot of the ring camera provided by Mr. Cunningham, specifically Mr. Jason Hall, individual later identified as Jason Hall, standing. What is also shown in the picture are the tennis shoes worn by the decedent, consistent with what were later taken from the crime scene, and that still shot was captured from the ring camera.
And can you tell the jurors what specifically did you notice or find significant, and why you took the screenshot from the video surveillance, specifically as it relates to the defendant, Jason Hall?
Well, when we're reviewing the Odyssey footage after Mr. Hall was captured up in Cleveland as a matter of routine and looking in the Odyssey, I looked at his jail bookend photo. And I noticed that he didn't have, I noticed it looked different from this picture. And so because he had a considerable hair of considerable length, dreadlocks in this photograph, as you can see. And then once he was apprehended and brought back from Cleveland to the Fulton County Jail, he did not have this length of hair. The dreadlocks had actually been removed, cut.
I want to show you what's been marked. This is exhibits 168 and 169. You'll just review those and look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. These are the official Fulton County jail booking photos.
I'll show them, yeah. Okay. In a minute. So do you recognize State's Exhibits 168, 169?
Yes, sir. This is an accurate copy of the photographs I've reviewed.
Okay. This time around, the state returner was been marked as State's Exhibit 168 and 169 in evidence.
I lost track of one of them. What's 168?
168, well, I guess describe for the judge.
Oh, it's the profile and the head-on of a booking photo.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Feely, any objection to 168 or 169?
No.
Admitted.
Thank you. Now, investigator, can you describe, well, before we get into describing and showing what's in 168 and 169, are you, as part of a member of the district attorney's office, Fulton County law enforcement, do you have access to the Odyssey case management system that the sheriff's department and the DA's office and the superior clerk's office maintains?
Yes, sir.
And through that access, are you able to, as you described, look at booking photos or booking information for all inmates that are checked in or booked into Fulton County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, you described for the jurors or to the jurors that you in fact did that as it relates to this case and this defendant, Mr. Jason Hall.
Yes, sir.
And in State's Exhibits 168 and 169, can you tell the jurors when were these photos taken?
Those photos were taken July 8th when he was returned to brought to the Fulton County Jail from Cleveland, Ohio by fugitive investigator Streeter.
And is that July 8th of 2022?
2022, yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason can you describe to the jurors the reason why when you saw this was so significant or caught your eye as it relates to what you knew at that time as it relates to this case?
Based on the fact that he had fled the Atlanta area to Cleveland, and noticing the length of his hair at the time of the crime, the fact that the dreadlocks had been cut. I took that from my training experience to be maybe an attempt to conceal his identity and to alter his appearance, which is common. We come across that sometimes for individuals that are, running or trying to not be the same features that were in the video of the crime. And so that stood out.
Okay. And, thank you. I don't think you have any further questions, sir.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Investigator Rickman?
We already talked about Mr. Jarvis was very well respected in this field, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And he was the kind of the go-to top guy for these types of examinations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's why you sent the firearm that you sent to be tested to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't send the second gun.
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Brief redirect. Investigator Rickman, when you requested the evidence from the Atlanta Police Department, did you request all of the ballistics evidence?
Yes, sir.
And were they, when you went to pick it up, I guess the initial time, were they only able to provide you at that time the firearm for the defendant and the shell casings that we've talked about?
That's correct.
And at that time, you've described that it was taken to Mr. Jarvis and his lab.
Yes, sir.
And you described that he did his testing and provided you with a report.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And after he provided you with that report, is that when it became, or when you became aware or were contacted by the Atlanta Police Department that you could then come pick up the firearm that belonged to the victim in this case, Mr. Blow?
Yes, sir.
And that was after he reviewed the evidence, had examined it, did a comparison, and provided you with an official report with all his conclusions and findings.
That's correct. Well, after the fact.
Nothing further.
Any questions from the jurors? Yes. All right. Send them to Deputy Gordon. Thank you. Let's talk briefly. All right, sir, explain to the jurors why, even in this post-COVID era, the district attorney's office was relying on Mr. Jarvis to conduct firearms and ballistics examinations rather than sending that work to the GBI.
Absolutely. And long story short, once court began starting back up again and murder cases began being called in, each time we come across one of these cases, we need additional firearms testing, sometimes confirmation testing, something. I mean, these cases have been sitting, some of them since 2020. And so, and I hate to say this, but the GBI is so overburdened now, it takes 6 to 9 months to get a gun tested. Sometimes we have 2 weeks to get a murder trial together, to have everything ready. So because of that, we've had to employ an outside expert to take these weapons to get them tested. It's just the nature of the pandemic and the nature of the backlog. And this is well discussed in the media, I think, the backlog at the crime lab.
Okay. Share with the jurors why you didn't feel, and if you were part of the decision-making process, why it was decided not to have the other gun sent to Mr. Jarvis for any examination or analysis.
At the time, we were just being responsive to the request that was made to get the firearms tested. And I believe that the type of testing that we were looking at the time was to be sure that the rounds that were found there, which were all the same, were consistent with the firearm that was, to confirm that the same rounds came from that firearm that was belonged to Mr. Hall. And that was it.
Did you ever have any evidence that you could have submitted to either the GBI or to Mr. Jarvis to somehow compare with that other gun? Were there other shell casings or other projectiles that weren't matched to a gun?
No, sir, absolutely not. Those the shell casings that were tested were the only shell casings that were retrieved from crime scene.
Mr. Whoever was it, Mr. Abate, do you have any other questions for Investigator Rickman?
You're not.
Ms. Feely?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your time. So, you guys want a break yet? You want to just keep going till 5? Yes, break? We need a break. We're taking a break. All right. We'll see you back out here in a little less than 10 minutes, unless you tell Deputy Gordon you need more than 10 minutes, okay?
No, we don't.
I didn't ask right now. Go on.
All right, sir.
All right. It's my understanding we've got Dr. Sullivan for today. She's here.
That's correct.
Great. And we ought to be able to get through with her today. I don't think it should be real long given the facts of the case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we'll stop for the day. You don't have to rest. And we'll talk after we do that. But let's try to get Dr. Sullivan in. This jury seems to be anxious to hear more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd ask you to talk with the family about what Dr. Sullivan's testimony is going to be like so they can make an informed decision about whether they want to be in court for that.
We've done it.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Feely, anything before we break?
No.
All right. We'll be back in a few minutes. Well, there was a long lunch break. Will you put those?
You got that sleeping still. You will. You do what? You do what?
You heard me. I ain't even gonna cut beer with sitting right there. I ain't even gonna cut beer with standing right there. I had it like, this eyes a little bit, but when I looked at all right. Cool. Oh, tell me. I ain't right. I was actually deep. Where are they? Back? Tuesday. Oh, you guys ready? How's Maddie Ice?
Doing great, man. He's up there.
She first grade, kindergarten? Third grade.
Also, it's totally Chaston. Association. Recognize the changes in the district program.
That's so like awesome, but yeah, just
Thank you. It's good to see you. How are things?
good to see you. It's all right. Please tell Judge Debbie and I said, all right.
Definitely. She asks about you all the time.
Where are they having it?
She's in citizen warrants, you know, that kind of thing, and they're still doing some dispo stuff. I think as of today, there's something more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope
This is good, man.
I hope it's something good for her.
Oh, I do too. It's cutting edge, I'll tell you that.
It's cutting edge. Boy, that sounds.
Hey, how's it going?
Snack. Geez, you guys are grinching it out in here. You guys
So we're all out.
Jeez. Oh, because Lacey usually keeps it up.
Yeah.
You guys are done for the day?
We have Dr. Solar.
Oh,
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm in here goofing off.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Who is this? Who's father? I'm not sure. This is the district attorney's office. Her number got.
Judges on bench. Judges on bench. Just kidding. Dr. Johnson. Just get that Judge Cox. And they're gonna close and whatever. You're too that. That's not
All right.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Need to get Mr. Hall back out here. Oh, and I printed out, Ms. Feely, if you would read this and then share it. I'm going to have Mr. Rao be the other signatory. This is the stipulation. I messed with it some. Can we bring Mr. Hall out, please? Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go back on the record in Mr. Hall's trial. Mr. Hall's back in the courtroom with his lawyers. We've got our prosecutors. Ms. Feely, I tinkered with the proposed stipulation that Mr. Rao had formatted for us. Have you had a chance to read it? Do you have any objections to it?
No.
All right, Mr. Rao, have you had a chance to read it?
Yes, Judge.
Do you have any objections?
Yes, Judge. With respect to the first sentence that was initially on the proposed stipulation that I believe we read into court on Monday, as well as the one that was provided to the court today. That is essentially the crux of what some of the testimony would have been had Mr. Jarvis or any firearms examiner come in and testify as it relates to their analysis, that no two firearms are alike, that they're essentially like fingerprints, and once they discharge a live round that then separates as a projectile and shell casing, that there are certain imprints that are conducted by that firearm, either through the barrel of the firearm to leave an impression on the projectile, or the firing pin that then leaves an impression on the shell casing to allow those examiners to determine whether or not those shell casings or projectiles were fired from a particular firearm. Without that particular stipulation, or that particular language in the stipulation, that leaves room for the argument that would not have been, I guess, for lack of a better word, allowed by virtue of the fact of having someone like Mr. Jarvis coming in and saying definitively, there's no way for these shell casings to have been fired from a different gun. There's no way for this projectile to have been fired from a different gun. So that would be the objection that the state has.
Okay, I understand that, and I thought that might be an area of concern, but the way this is worded now, I need you to help me understand the leeway it gives Ms. Feely to make that kind of argument. I'm going to distill it, but this basically says that the 8 shell casings and the bullet recovered from Mr. Blunt conclusively came from Exhibit 11. That's it. It came from Exhibit 11. I don't know what Ms. Feely is going to want to argue about that, but she's signing this stipulation. And so if you're giving a closing argument in rebuttal, you'll be able to hold up a document that Ms. Feely signed saying the fact is those 8 shell casings and the bullet from Mr. Blunt's shoulder came from Mr. Hall's gun. I don't see how that gives her the wiggle room you're concerned about. I also don't see how adding that sentence in front changes the impact of this sentence. It provides some of the science, which we've now heard several people talk about who aren't the scientists who performed the work. But I'm maybe missing something.
I think that's my judge. I understand it. I think it's a little less wordy this way, and I can appreciate that. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll make that argument.
All right, great. And you may not need to. It may be that Ms. Feely doesn't try to argue against the document she signed that says it's been demonstrated conclusively that the 8 shell casings and the bullet came from Mr. Hall's gun.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you two would sign the stipulation, then the state can tender it whenever they want to tender it.
Well, can I make one suggestion as it relates to the stipulation? I understand the first paragraph, the first sentence is a lot of words to explain kind of what Your Honor said. It would be the state's request then after conclusively, and you put something about, and that I was gonna say in exclusively, but I guess it's the same thing as exclusive or conclusively. But the point is that it doesn't confirm or say, just because it says conclusively was fired from marker, the gun that was marked as marker number 11, it doesn't exclude that it could also have been fired from other weapons. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
No, because the way this reads, it says that those things were fired by, from that gun. That it wouldn't be conclusively demonstrated if they could come from another gun as well. It would be that DNA of, 1 in 20 people have this DNA, as opposed to 1 in 8 quadrillion, which is multiple populations of Earth. So I'm happy to reword it if there's a different way, like you were saying, exclusively, conclusively. We don't have to take this to press yet. It can be tomorrow morning. But I'm just taking out that sentence of science.
Yeah.
It'll work? Okay, great. Well, we'll figure out when you want to tender it. Let's bring the jurors in so that we can have Dr. Sullivan's testimony. Okay.
All rise. All jurors. All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back. The state has one more witness for today. I've talked with the lawyers. They may have one more. The state may have one more witness tomorrow morning. We'll find out it's tomorrow afternoon when we start. But it may be that when we reconvene tomorrow afternoon, it starts with the state saying that they rest. So we're very, very close to the end of the state's presentation, and then we'll find out if there's any presentation from the defense. They're not obligated to do anything at all. They can and have the ability to call witnesses, but they may not. I suspect that the evidence will be closed at some point tomorrow during our 1 to 6 window. It just depends on whether there are any more state's witnesses beyond the one you're about to hear from, and what case, if any, the defense decides to put up. So that's an update. We're very much on schedule. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Sullivan.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You go ahead and seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Karen Sullivan, Karen Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Sullivan, would you mind telling the jurors where you are employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And how long have you been employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I did my forensic pathology fellowship there in the academic year 2002, 2003, then stayed on part-time until October 2007, at which point I became a full-time employee.
And how long have you been the chief?
Since spring of 2021.
And prior to becoming a medical examiner, would you mind telling the jury a little bit about your educational background prior to becoming as such?
Well, I went to undergrad at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and then got a master's degree from the University of Georgia. After getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5.5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then after graduating from medical school, I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory, and then an additional year of forensic pathology training at Emory University in conjunction with Fulton County ME's office.
So to distill all of that, how long would you say you've been a physician since medical school?
I graduated from medical school in May of '97, and I'm not going to try to do that math in my head because I'm terrible and I don't have an ink pen.
Okay, so since 1997.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the field of medicine, do you have a specific specialty that you are, for lack of a better word, specialist in?
Yes.
And what is that?
Anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Okay. So what is pathology? Let's start out with that. What could you explain to the jurors what pathology is?
Well, pathology in general is the study of disease and injury on a person's body, and it's broken down into anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology includes doing autopsies on people to determine why they died, also looking at surgical specimens to tell the doctor cancer, no cancer, what kind is it, how big is it, how far is it spread. Clinical pathology covers all of the labs in the hospital. So the microbiology lab, the blood bank, the chemistry lab, all of that is clinical pathology. And then forensic pathology is a specific subtype of anatomic pathology where you're looking at the effect of disease and injury on a person's body to determine the cause and manner of death.
And what sort of training did you receive before specializing in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, the training I received, first of all, was 5 years of residency in anatomic and clinical pathology before doing an additional year of fellowship training in forensics.
Now, as a forensic pathologist, and I think you briefly mentioned the term autopsy in your explanation of pathology, what is an autopsy?
Well, an autopsy is an external and internal examination of a person's body, looking for natural disease processes and evidence of injury. And the external exam is much like you would get when you go to the doctor, looking at a person's height, weight, and any external evidence of natural disease and injury. And then with the internal examination, we're examining the person's internal organs to look for those same things, natural disease and injury.
In your career since 1997, how many autopsies would you say you've had to perform in that career?
I've either performed or supervised pathology residents and fellows over 3,000 autopsies.
And have you ever been admitted as an expert witness before in the field of forensic pathology?
I have.
How many times would you say?
Over 50.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to tender Dr. Sullivan as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology.
Ms. Feely, do you want to examine Dr. Sullivan in this area? Do you have any objection to having Dr. Sullivan so qualified?
No, Your Honor, I'm familiar, no objection.
Okay, I am as well. Dr. Sullivan, you are qualified for the purposes of this proceeding as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
So Dr. Sullivan, working with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, can you tell the jury when you receive a deceased individual's body, how is that body transferred over to your office?
Well, if when someone's death is reported to our office, it's either from a hospital if they were transported to a hospital, and the hospital will call our office and give the information. Or if the person is dead at the scene, then the police officer will call our office and give some preliminary information. And then an investigator from our office will respond to the scene and examine the decedent, the deceased person there at the scene, get more information from the police, and then arrange with a transport company that Fulton County contracts with to have that person brought from the scene to our office.
So what are some of the things that you do or the steps that you or your fellow colleagues take in order to conduct an autopsy on an individual?
Well, our day begins with a conference where we discuss the new cases from the previous day. So on any particular day, we'll hear about everyone who's in the office whose body needs to be examined. And once the doctor decides what kind of examination has to occur, then the forensic techs will start with photographing the identification tag, opening the disaster bag or body bag, taking photographs of the person as they are received in our office. And during this time, then the doctors come down to the morgue and we're looking at the person's body, just getting a general idea of any injuries that might be present. And when we are ready, we will tell the forensic technician to wash the body if the decedent needs to be washed so that we can see the injuries better. During the same time, additional photographs are taken of the decedent with their injuries before they're washed, and then again after the body is cleaned.
So part of that process would include external and sometimes internal examinations of that body. Would that be an accurate statement?
Correct.
And
So
what-
that's up to that's through the external part.
Got you. And on the external examination, what are the sort of things that you are doing to take note of anything that you might think is vital in your analysis?
Well, if, for example, in cases of that we've gotten information that someone has been shot or assaulted in some way, we're specifically looking on the person's body for injuries and determining if they were shot, how many times were they shot, where is it on the body, and looking at and measuring the wounds.
Now, after doing an external examination, when do you or your colleagues make the decision to conduct an internal examination? And what exactly would an internal examination entail?
Well, the decision of whether or not to do an internal or complete autopsy depends on the nature of the case. In our office, any person whose death is suspected to be the result of a homicide gets a complete autopsy. So after the doctor is finished looking at the exterior of the body, then we direct the forensic technician to start the incision into the body so that we can look at the internal organs, the chest, the abdomen, the head, and the neck.
Does part of your internal examinations also include removal of foreign objects such as projectiles or things of that nature?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, after concluding both your external and internal examinations, do you generally make a determination or an expert opinion as it relates to a cause or manner of death as it relates to that deceased individual?
Yes.
And so we'll separate those two things, cause of death and manner of death. Would you first mind explaining to the jury what cause of death is as it relates to your autopsies?
Cause of death means what happened to the person that caused their death. Did they have high blood pressure, hypertension? Did they have coronary artery disease? Were they in a car accident and suffered multiple injuries as a result of that? Did they use drugs and that caused their death? Were they assaulted, shot, or stabbed by someone else and that caused their death? So a gunshot wound of the head would be a cause of death. An acute myocardial infarction or a heart attack would be a cause of death. The manner of death means how did the cause of death come about? So in Georgia, there are 5 manners of death. Natural, for example, the person with high blood pressure or who had a heart attack, their manner of death would be natural. Accident, for example, people who die as a result of a car accident or a drug overdose. Suicide, if the person had made some intentional act in order to kill themselves. Homicide, if someone else's intentional act caused their death. And then the last manner of death is undetermined. And undetermined is used if the pathologist is between 2 manners of death. So you can't tell if it's an accident or if it was a suicide, or if the condition of the body precludes knowing what happened to them at all. So for example, an elderly person that goes missing and it's neither too hot nor too cold, but by the time their body is found, they're completely decomposed. We don't know what happened to them if there's no injuries on the bones.
So now I'd like to transition to the reason why you're here today. Now, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy on an individual by the name of Corey Blunt on May 3rd, 2022?
I did, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you conduct a full autopsy on Mr. Blunt?
I did.
And as a result of conducting that autopsy, did you make, without getting into the conclusions just yet, did you make conclusions as it relates to the cause of death and manner of death?
I did.
And ultimately, did you generate a report as it relates to your findings as it relates to the autopsy of Mr. Blunt?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach the witness with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 126. Dr. Sullivan, when you have an opportunity, please review 126 and let me know when you're done.
I've reviewed it.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 126, Dr. Sullivan?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a copy of Mr. Blunt's autopsy report that I prepared. On the final page is my signature and the signature of another pathologist in the office who peer reviewed the case before it was finalized.
Is it common for medical examiners to have their work peer reviewed by colleagues?
Yes, in our office, all homicide and undetermined manner of death type cases are peer reviewed.
And Dr. Sullivan, is that a true and correct copy of the autopsy report as it relates to Mr. Blunt's case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to tender State's Exhibit 126 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Sullivan, also as part of that autopsy, did you take photographs as it relates to your external and internal autopsy of Mr. Blunt?
I didn't personally take the photographs, but at my direction, photographs were taken.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 127 up to 160. Did you have a chance to review these photographs outside prior to testifying today?
I did.
And are those true and correct copies of the photographs and fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy you performed on Mr. Blunt?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit States 127 through 160 into evidence.
Any objection to 127 through 160, Ms. Feely? Just a quick question for you, Mr. Brown.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted.
All right, so Dr. Sullivan, Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes, sir. If we can figure it out. And I should be clear, ladies and gentlemen, I may have been ribbing any number of the prosecutors. The issue is the court technology, not an inability on the state's team. I suspect if Ms. Feely was trying to publish photos as well, she'd run into the same technical shortcomings of the Wi-Fi, whatever it's called in here, mesh web. It's not working, it's tattered. And so I apologize that it's been frustrating for you. It's been frustrating for me. Your tax dollars should have been spent more wisely to make this work better, but it's not a user error, it's a system error. Hopefully it works on this one. Vindicated.
Yeah. All right, so State's Exhibit 127, Dr. Sullivan, what is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of Mr. Blunt within the disaster bag or body bag in which he was transported, showing his case number on a tag, that's the yellow tag, that is attached to a red seal that's securing the zipper of the disaster bag.
And in receiving bodies or the nature in which Mr. Blunt was transferred over to your office in a disaster bag, is that consistent with how bodies are transported to the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now you mentioned the yellow tag. I'm gonna transition to States 128. 128, is this the yellow tag that you had mentioned in the previous exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And what is the purpose of that tag?
It identifies the person that's within the disaster bag with their name, if it's known. And in this case, Mr. Blunt's name is on the name line. The case number in the top right-hand side, 22-01011. The date that the decedent's death was reported to our office, which was 5/1. Mr. Blunt's age, race, and sex, the investigator's first initial and name, and then the seal that was used.
So moving on to 129, when removing the body from the disaster bag, is this how the body was as you found it?
Correct. This is how he was received in our office, Mr. Blunt, from his left-hand side.
So 130, is there a reason why you take photographs at different angles when conducting an external examination of the body?
Yes, to try to document any materials that might be on the body and any injuries that can be seen before the clothing is completely removed.
Now, in State's Exhibit 160, which I'll I'll go back down from. We noticed Mr. Blunt's body was fully nude on what I assume is a gurney. What is the reason for cleaning up the body at that point in time?
So that accurate pictures and measurements can be made of any injuries that are present.
And just for the record, I was referencing State's Exhibit 160 as the photograph. So now transitioning back to State's Exhibit 131, what is the purpose of taking a photograph as such?
This is one of the standard photographs that everyone, no matter their cause or manner of death, gets in our office. It's called a facial identification photograph, and it has on the person's chest placard with their case number. And in this case, Mr. Blunt's case number was 22-1011.
How are case numbers generated within the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Well, the first two numbers refer to the year in which the person's death was reported to our office. So in Mr. Blunt's case, 2022, and his death was number 1011 reported that year.
And that includes all manners in which an individual may have died, not simply just homicides. Would that be correct?
Correct. That's everyone.
So transitioning to State's Exhibit 132, upon conducting an external examination on Mr. Blunt's body, were you able to determine how many gunshot wounds were inflicted upon Mr. Blunt?
Yes.
How many in total?
Had 2 gunshot wounds and 2 shrapnel wounds.
Okay. Now, in talking about the gunshot wounds, when observing the 2 gunshot wounds that you did you, for the purposes of your report, give a numerical value as it relates to the gunshot wounds that you observed?
I'm sorry, when you say numerical value?
So gunshot number 1, gunshot wound number 2, would that be how you would consistently classify gunshot wounds when I'm doing an external examination?
Yes, I typically go from the head downward.
Okay. And say, for instance, in your report, would you have referred to this particular wound as gunshot wound number 1?
I did in the summary, yes.
And for the purposes of your report, is that meant to convey the first gunshot wound that Mr. Blunt may have received, or is that simply something for you as a medical examiner to keep note of?
That's just my way of organizing it in my head.
So that necessarily may not have been the first gunshot wound that Mr. Blunt received.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 132, I noticed 2 separate defects. Would you mind circling the defects that you were able to observe?
Yes, there's a, trying to figure out how to get to the pencil.
If you tap the screen once in the lower left-hand corner, there should be a little circle with a pencil in it. You tap that and then you've turned your finger on.
Thank you.
Sure.
There's a gunshot wound there at the corner of the right eye of Mr. Blunt. And just above the ear is a shrapnel injury. And in addition, there are a couple of abrasions or scrapes in the skin here on his cheek and his forehead.
And doing a close-up of gunshot wound number 1, as I'm publishing State's Exhibit 133, were you able to make a determination as it relates to the pathway that the projectile traveled in once? Well, first, hold on. Before we get into that, can you tell the jury a little bit about how you were able to make a determination as to whether a wound, such as the one that we see on 133, is an entry wound or an exit wound?
Well, entrance wounds typically tend to be rounder and more regular than exit wounds. Also, in general, entrance wounds will have an abrasion around them where the skin is scraped as the bullet penetrates the body. Exit wounds, most of them do not have an abrasion ring because the bullet is splitting the skin from the inside out. There are some exit wounds called short exit wounds, where if the bullet comes out of the body and causes either an object that the person is laying on or their clothing to then press against the skin, that can create an abrasion around an exit wound. But they tend to be more irregular than the abrasion around an entrance wound.
Now, in looking at State's Exhibit 133, the gunshot wound number 1, is that an example of an entry wound or exit wound?
This is an entry wound.
Okay. In the previous exhibits, you had made mention of evidence of shrapnel wounds. State's Exhibit 134, is that indicative of the shrapnel wound that one of the shrapnel wounds that Mr. Blunt received?
Yes.
Now, State's Exhibit 135, and going back to my previous question before I interrupted myself, could you tell the jury a little bit about your findings as it relates to the pathway of the projectile from gunshot wound number 1?
Well, that bullet went through Mr. Blunt's facial skeleton without entering his cranial or brain cavity, came out the left side of the neck, damaging the major blood vessels in the left side of the neck, and then re-entered into his left shoulder.
Now, can you point and circle, if you were able to make out from State's Exhibit 135, the exit wound from gunshot wound number 1, as well as the re-entry wound into the left shoulder from gunshot wound number 1?
Here's the exit wound. And here is the re-entry wound.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 136, is that a close-up of the exit wound from gunshot wound number 1?
It is.
And State's Exhibit 137, is that an overall of the re-entry wound from gunshot wound number 1?
It is.
And State's Exhibit 138, is that also a further close-up of the re-entry wound?
It is.
Now, as we transition to State's Exhibit 139, we see an object that appears to be stuck or placed into gunshot wound number 1. What is the purpose of doing that?
Oh, my purpose of doing this is to show that this entry wound lines up with the exit wound on the left side of Mr. Blunt's neck, and then lines up with the re-entrance wound on the left shoulder.
And State's Exhibit 140, is that the opposite angle in which that rod would have been inserted into?
It is. That's from the left-hand side.
And the use of that rod, was that how you were able to determine that the entry wound on Mr. Blunt's left shoulder, that it was a re-entry wound and not its own separate entrance wound?
Yet, given the trajectory that I'm demonstrating with the rod, it's my opinion that that's a re-entrance wound rather than a whole separate gunshot wound.
Okay. Now, transitioning to State's Exhibit 141, what is that meant to depict?
Well, here there's another entrance wound on the right side of Mr. Blunt's chest. There's also on his right arm another shrapnel injury.
Okay. And would that be shrapnel wound number 2?
That would be, yes.
And State's Exhibit 142, is that a close-up of gunshot wound number 2?
It is.
And State's Exhibit 143, what is that meant to depict?
A back photo is taken of every individual, with the exception of a gunshot wound here on the left side of the back. There were no other injuries on Mr. Blunt's back or the back of his legs.
And what we're looking at State's Exhibit 143, is that the entry wound or the exit wound?
So that is the exit wound.
And going back to states 141 and 142, is that the entrance wound?
That is the entrance wound.
Now you mentioned shrapnel wound number 2, States Exhibit 145. Is that also meant to convey specifically shrapnel wound number 2?
It is.
And States 146, is that a close-up of shrapnel wound number 2?
It is.
Now, ultimately, in this particular case, did you recover projectiles from the victim's body?
Yes.
How many would you say you recovered?
One intact projectile from the left shoulder, the one that entered the right side of the face, came out the left side of the neck, and then entered the left shoulder. And then the other objects were recovered from the shrapnel wounds on the right side of the head and the right arm.
Now, transitioning back to gunshot wound number 1, were you able to make a determination as to the way, what the projectile would have hit as it traveled to its ultimate destination point for your recovery?
Yes.
What was the pathway?
Well, the bullet went through some of the bones of the face. So outside of the cranial cavity, it damaged the left common carotid artery and the external jugular veins of the left side of the neck, causing marked blood loss. Then it re-entered the left shoulder, but didn't go into the body cavity.
With respect to gunshot wound number 2, would you mind telling the jury the pathway in which that projectile would have had to travel through prior to exiting Mr. Blunt's body?
But that bullet entered the right side of the chest, went through the right side of Mr. Blunt's rib cage, damaged his right lung, damaged the pulmonary artery and the aorta, which are the large vessels that leave the heart to take blood to the lungs to be oxygenated and to the rest of the body. Then went through the left lung, the posterior lateral or the back side of the rib cage on Mr. Blunt's left-hand side, and then exited the left side of his back.
Now, on States Exhibit 147, you recovered a projectile in 2 fragments. I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes. States Exhibit 165. You've had a chance to review that. Would you mind letting me know, Dr. Sullivan?
Yes, I've reviewed it.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
They're the projectiles that were recovered during Mr. Blunt's autopsy. Each of them is packaged separately in an evidence box that I've labeled as where I recovered the projectiles and put my initials on it.
And are those projectiles what's being reflected on States Exhibit 147?
They are.
Your Honor, Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit States Exhibit
65.
165 into evidence.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Dr. Sullivan, when conducting your external and internal examination on Mr. Blunt's body, were you able to determine a range of fire as it relates to the distance between him and the barrel of the gun that was fired?
I called it an indeterminate or distant range of fire.
And what is that meant to convey?
That neither soot nor stippling was seen on Mr. Blunt's body.
And what is the significance of soot and stippling on Mr. Blunt's body or on an individual's body?
Can we take the picture down? Unless you're welcome to show other pictures if we're done with this one.
Yes.
Or are we done with pictures?
Not in its entirety, but.
Okay, leave it. If this is not a particularly problematic, you can leave it up. That's fine.
Thank you, Judge. As I was, I think, asking you about the distinction between soot and stippling and what in fact each of those things are in relation to your autopsies.
Well, soot and stippling help to determine how far the muzzle of the gun was from the person who was shot. When a gun is fired, the gunpowder burns, and that's what propels the bullet down the barrel of the gun and then out. If those gunpowder particles are burned completely, then gaseous soot is produced. Gunpowder particles that are still burning or maybe are unburnt also exit the muzzle of the gun. For soot, because it's so light, after a distance of about a foot from the muzzle of the gun to the person being shot, given if there's no intervening object, the soot will fall away. But the gunpowder particles can still strike the person's skin and make small scrapes in the skin, and those scrapes are called stippling. After about 3 feet, for most handguns, then even those particles don't have enough energy to reach the person's body, and they fall away. And so what you're left with is a gunshot wound that has neither soot nor stippling around it. And so that's why it's called indeterminate or distant range.
And hypothetically speaking, if an individual was to shoot another individual through a closed door, would it be inconsistent for you not to find soot or stippling on the deceased individual's body?
No, that would not be inconsistent.
Okay. Now, did you find, I know I asked you about the range of fire. Did you in fact find soot or stippling?
No.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, based on your external and internal examinations of Mr. Blunt, did you form an opinion as it relates to the cause of death as it relates to Mr. Blunt's ultimate demise?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and chest.
Okay. Now, since we've gone over the fact that Mr. Blunt received 2 separate gunshot wounds, can you tell the jury if either one of those was sufficient to lead to the ultimate demise of Mr. Blunt?
Yes, either one of those injuries could have caused his death independently.
And as it relates to, I'm actually looking at the photographs, as it relates to the manner of death, as it relates to Mr. Blunt's death, were you able to form an expert opinion as it relates to his manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I appreciate your time.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Dr. Sullivan?
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
In your determining the manner of death, I think you described that as how the cause came about. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And in this particular case, it was gunshot wounds, right?
I'm sorry, for the cause or?
Yes, for the cause.
Yes.
And they were not self-inflicted, right?
That is correct.
So the only other category would be homicide, right?
Correct.
But it's not your job to investigate what was going on at the time those gunshots happened, right?
That is correct.
So you don't have any information about whether this person had a gun at the time, right?
That is correct.
And you wouldn't have any information about anything that was going on at the actual scene where the gunshot wounds were sustained.
Specific information, no, we would not.
Thank you.
Mr. Rao, anything else for Dr. Sullivan?
There you are.
Any juror questions for Dr. Sullivan? Yep. You know the routine. It's a good ringer. This way. One of the lawyers is going to get a picture up. I have a question for you about that, but different question first while they're putting that up. Based on your evaluation of Mr. Blunt, how many times was he shot?
With a bullet going through his body twice, the shrapnel injuries, I don't count specifically as a gunshot wound.
So in terms of a full projectile going in, two, the one to the side of the head that ended up in the shoulder, and then the one that was through and through the torso.
Yes.
Okay, and then there were these little fragments, not full blown bullet wounds.
Correct.
Okay. Can we get, I think it was 132, but it's whichever one shows. That's a perfect one. Thank you. You described you may have used the word abrasions or scrapes.
Yes.
There's one that is to the right of the entrance wound, and there's one that's to the left, just above the eyebrow. Are you able to tell, as the forensic pathologist, the recency of those, if that could be contemporaneous with the gunshots or 6 weeks earlier?
It was not 6 weeks earlier, but let's say, for example, if Mr. Blunt had, fallen 5 hours before being shot, you could see the same appearance as these scrapes are on his face. Or if when he's shot, he collapses and strikes his face on the ground or a wall, the same appearance could be seen.
So they're fresh enough that they could have been caused, the scenario you described, that in falling to the ground, he hit the side of his head on the pavement or something hard, that those are consistent with having been injured at that point in time.
They are.
Okay. Last topic has to do with the positioning of the body. If you're pointing a gun at me, in what position would my head be for the head wounds to have occurred?
You would have to turn to your left.
Or at least my head is turned to the left, whether it's, okay.
Yes.
So my head would be to the left of wherever the gun is.
Correct.
Okay. And the other wound that was through and through the torso, how is my torso, again, if you've got the gun and it's aimed at how I'm facing you now, how is my torso in relation to where you're pointing?
Either you have to turn to your left, or my arm has to be way out here to get that angle from right to left.
So both the head injury and the torso injury are consistent if you're facing towards me, with me being at least turned a little bit to the left from you.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Rao, any questions for Dr. Sullivan based on that?
Just briefly, Judge. So with respect to gunshot wound number 1, and I meant to do this with you before, you indicated that it was entry wound, exit wound, re-entry wound. Now, with all 3 holes, for lack of a better term, would that have to be factored in your determination as to what potential positions Mr. Blunt would have been in at the time that he received the gunshot wound? That is to say that this projectile traveling through Mr. Blunt's head and exiting his neck and then re-entering his shoulder, would that, knowing that those are 3 holes, that there's an entry, exit, and re-entry wound, would that factor in your determination as to what positions Mr. Blunt could have been in at the time that he received gunshot wound?
They are, but when I discuss in the report the direction of the projectile, I'm simply talking about the projectile, because 2 people can be in any number of positions and relationships to each other, some more probable than others, and still receive the same injury.
So if the shooter was behind a closed door, an unknown range of distance between the door and wherever he would have been positioned at the time of the shooting, and the individual that was shot was outside of that closed door, would it be consistent with that individual's body, deceased victim's body, to be turned, if the door was where the jurors are, would it be consistent with the body position that I have right now at the time that he received the gunshot wound?
Yes, especially with the gunshot wound of the face.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Feely?
Nothing right now. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Sullivan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for the day. We went a little past 5. Appreciate you indulging us. I need you here as close to 1 o'clock as you can make it tomorrow. If you are jurors who've been parking in that lot, it's a color, I don't know if it's red or yellow or orange, but taking that shuttle, I think the shuttle runs at a different frequency in the middle of the day, less frequently. So if you've been cruising in at 8:40, knowing you'll catch the 8:45 shuttle, I don't think there's a 12:45. Is it every half hour? Every half hour in the middle of the day. So if you're a shuttle person, you're going to want to get here a little before 12:30, or you can enjoy the walk from that lot, or you can Uber from the lot to here. But it will be at 12:30 and at 1. So if you're catching the 1 shuttle, you're going to be a little late for your colleagues. And we'll start as close to 1 o'clock as we can, consistent with all 14 of you being here. There will not be a lunch break tomorrow. Your lunch break starts whenever you wake up. That's also your brunch break. But we'll dive into whatever we're doing next. And I'll talk about that in a minute, and get going with that around 1 o'clock. Deputy Gordon told me that you've taken a vote and you're good to go until 6. I don't know that we'll need that tomorrow. Some of it is going to depend on what the defense decides to do. If there is a long defense presentation, then it may be that we go till 4:30 or 5, and then I send you home early, only because the only thing that's left after the defense rests, if there's no rebuttal from the state, is closing arguments. And I have those back to back. We don't do one closing and then you go home for the day and come back not remembering, well, what did that guy say before? It's important for you to hear both sides next to each other. So that could be a reason why even though I asked you to be available till 6, that we stop a little early. If there is very little to no presentation from either side tomorrow, then we'd get right into those closing arguments and you'd get the case and be able to begin your deliberations tomorrow. I have to talk to the lawyers some more about how that's going to play out, and some decisions won't be made by both sides until later this evening. So it's still possible that we'll spill over into Thursday, but Thursday would likely be limited to closings. I give you the charge and deliberations, and it might just be a subset of that. But just for your planning purposes, 1 to 6 tomorrow, and I'll have a much better sense when you walk into the courtroom at 1, how long tomorrow is going to be. Any logistical questions? Same routine. Please don't talk about this case with other folks. No outside research. You have clearly mastered the art of question writing. That's how you get your questions answered. Leave your notepads back there. Have a safe evening. Stay warm.
All right, adjourn.
So you all can be seated. If we have any other state's witnesses who, or what role will they be playing? You may not know if it's the GBI who's going to show up, but what's left if you are going to present anything else?
That would be it.
Okay. And what about Mr. Hall's immunity testimony? You're saving that to see if he testifies, or based on how things have flowed, you're not planning on using it, with the caveat that if he testifies, you might use it?
Probably the latter. I don't hold me to that definitively, but that's what the state is leaning towards.
Okay. So it could be that the way things play out is we come in tomorrow at 1 and you rest because you don't find a GBI person, or you decide you don't need it, and the defense rests, and then we'd go into closings.
Could be.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't sound like that's out of the realm of possibility, because you might not use the immunity testimony unless Mr. Hall testifies. You're not binding yourself to that, but I thought that's what you just said.
Well,
is that?
I thought that Your Honor said, so that is one possibility.
Yeah.
The other one would be the suggestion from Your Honor yesterday or the day before, as it relates to if the defendant doesn't testify, we'd reopen evidence and play the immunity.
Also can do that. I just wasn't sure if the way things went today had shifted at all your sense of the need for the immunity testimony. And you don't need to decide that, but it sounds like a scenario would be you don't use it at all.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Feely, anything from the defense before we break for the day? Mr. Hall, tomorrow we will have a conversation. Your lawyers will be with you. The jury will be out of the courtroom, but I'll be asking you whether you're going to testify or not. And that's a decision you have to make. You can do it with consultation, talk with your lawyers, anyone you can reach out to tonight. But ultimately, I won't be asking Ms. Feely, hey, what's your client going to do? I'll be asking you. I'll tell you what your rights are. At that time, you'll need to say, I am or I'm not. It won't be the time to say, I really hadn't thought about it. Get back to me in a half hour. I know you've been thinking about it. Think about it more tonight, but know that it's possible that at 1:10 tomorrow, we'll be sending the jury back out into the jury room because the state says we rest. And then I'll be asking Ms. Feely, we may have a motion that she makes, and we'll work through that. If she doesn't prevail on the motion, then I'm gonna have that conversation with you to say, what is it you want to do? You don't need to decide now, but you need to be getting into that mode of deciding, are you testifying or not? It's a decision with consequences. So talk with your lawyers about it more if you want to. Just know that that's coming up, okay? Any questions about that? Okay. Then I will see everyone. Can you all be here at 12:30? We need to do our charge conference. I will email you before I go to bed tonight, the draft charge. I have a draft charge. I haven't been able to massage it. So Ms. Niles pulled something together based on your submissions. And I need to do what I do to it, and I'll push it out to both sides. But I'm pretty sure I'll be done with drug court early enough that we could meet at 12:30. This jury doesn't seem to want to wait much. And so rather than saying, they can relax while we do the charge conference, let's be here at 12:30. I need at least one lawyer from both sides, and obviously Mr. Hall, but we'll get you, you'll be over here in the morning. We'll get you out here for the charge conference. And we'll work through that. Given the uncertainty of how long we're going to go tomorrow, and make sure that charge is ready, because both sides could give their closings tomorrow. Folks should be ready for that possibility, and should be mindful of the phenomenal technology we have in the courtroom when it comes to using PowerPoints and playing videos. Anything else from the state?
Just with that said, or your last comment, would it be okay if we during closings are able to plug straight into the big board instead of going through the whole system.
You use whatever you think will work best. Bring in, I will not be insulted if you bring in a old black and white TV because it works better than this stuff. Whatever you think will do the trick. And same with you, Ms. Feely, however you want to work that. And we'll go from there. Thanks for all the work today. We'll see everyone at 12:30.